And the 75 meter, again, that antenna or feed line goes underground about 75 feet, then goes up the side of a tree, and then hooks up about 35 feet there. So, and that's the line up there. And again, it's all number 14 wire, and the glass insulators on here. Nothing too high power. W3 MMR and 1SNG.
W3 MMR. Real good, Glenn. Well, that gave me a good visual. I'm over here, like you said, stick your arms out, pull your elbows in. I'm over here like doing the hokey pokey. So you're putting my elbows up, and you're like, turn 90 degrees. So I'm like, turn 90 degrees, and my elbows are all inside of me. That was funny, man. Wish I had a video. Well, it works for you, Glenn. It really does, man. I unfortunately am pretty compromised here on this band. I mentioned it a few times, but 125 feet of wire in the air for 160 does, for me anyways, doing okay. Not great, obviously, but being 600 ohm open wire fed and with this balanced down network antenna tuner, we make it work. But I guess the Apex, it's kind of an inverted V. I guess you could say it's an inverted, like, wonky V. The Apex is about 65 feet or so, plus or minus, and the one leg comes down at a pretty stout angle. I'd say close to 45 degrees. But then the other, and that end is about probably 10 or 15 feet off the ground. And then the other leg is secured up in a at about 20 feet, 25 feet. So it's not quite as on an angle. But it's broadside, northeast, southwest. It's not perfectly in line with each other. Like if you look down the side of the antenna, like long ways, the legs are kind of pulled out a little bit, and over, so I could fit it on the property, A friend of mine, Alex, just got the same antenna I have, and he's got his technician, he's getting his general, but he was real impressed with my stream and what I had going on here, so he bought the same antenna I had. He lives out in Central PA, and he put it up last night, put it up yesterday, and he got it up about 40 feet, 45 feet, so he's all pumped up about that. And it's a good working little antenna. It does great. I'm impressed with it. It's built really well. It uses these like half-inch irrigation piping or landscaping piping for spacers and a center support. So works just fine. And it's all one piece of wire on either leg too. No connections in between that could fail. So that's the story on that. Dad, the 718 sounded great, fantastic this morning. I think the audio sounds much better. Not nearly as compressed or loud up front, however you want to put it. I think right now you got it really, really close to being honed in. W2 SDR with N1SNG, W3 MMR.
Okay, W3 MMR, W2 SDR, and okay, well, yeah, it's weird. Like I'm using the same lash up as I do on the 101, but I just had to reduce the compression a little bit in the 223 to a more desirable level. That's an amazing little box. It's just too bad it's so expensive, but I just can't believe what they squeeze into this little it's all in the DSP chip in there, and it's just amazing the technology that they can do with this stuff today. Well, this is a great little radio, and I'll tell you, it's unfortunate. I mean, you heard what it was like with the D104, right, Perry? I think I had that on there. And it sounds fine. I have the D104 with the WA3JBT label. That one I have an op-amp in there to convert the impedance to low impedance, and it's already wired up for ICOM. Because I used to use that on the 751, so the 718 really sounds good with the D104 also. You know, so, or you heard it with the hand mic. So, but it's unfortunate. You really need, you got to do the alignment properly, the inside, and the power supply is very important for the ALC. The battery thing just doesn't work right. So you have to have a good regulated negative power supply that could go, that's very finely adjustable under 2 volts, which is very, I mean, because like a hundredth of a volt makes a difference in the output power. So it's got to be really have fine adjustment of that. So it's more than just the radio, but, you know, if you have a good bench supply that's adjustable and, you know, good mic and some equipment you could hook up, but it's really for $525 after the brand new, after the rebate, it's a real deal. And it's a nice small little compact radio, like you even mentioned, perfect for like camping or something like that. I mean, especially for AMers. I mean, you just grab the hand mic and the radio, and I mean, you need some sort of a power supply for the ALC thing, but and away you go. So, nah, it's all fun. You know, it's kind of cool that if you have an idea to try something and you spend the money and then it works. You know, how many times have we spent money or went through a lot of work because we got an idea and it don't pan out like it's supposed to pan out? It's nice once in a while that something pans out. So, well, we've all been down that road. Yeah, okay. Well, 160. Thank God for 160 on mornings like now. And really, for the distance that we are, all of us three, 160 would be as good really every day. You know, I mean, it's a very, very stable, local to 500-mile band. 12 months out of the year. N1SNG in the group at W3MMR, W2SDR.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time on 160, for sure. And, you know, even when you get a crowded house, it's nice that you can, you know, if the propagation's good, you can get on over to 160. And I'll tell you, noise reduction here, and you guys are both 20 over right now. And I don't need to, you know, put the RF gain up all the way or anything like that. It's probably like around 7 right now. You know, if I go full score with it, it's, you know, you guys are 20 over, but it's not necessary. You know, if I can hear you just fine at a good listening level, that's very, very satisfying on this end, for sure. And, yeah, the old D104, you know, and the modifications, you know, over the years, and everybody has not everybody, but there are a few different versions of the little the amps in there, and the output impedance and all that. I've never played around with that. Most of the mics I have here have the stock preamp in them, like what I'm using right now. But yeah, it sounds very interesting. In the 718, that was the low power version of the 746. I think that was what was it, 10 watts or something like that. The 718. Just trying to figure it out without looking around any old magazines because I don't have a computer down here, so I can't. I don't have the Google luxury. But in any case, Terry, I didn't hear your tuner at all, but sounds like maybe the wire's a little cold out there and they have to warm up. W3MMR, N1SNG.
Yeah, it's not as loud. Yeah, it's still in there. It's as loud as it was. The inductors ring on this thing. I wouldn't say in it because they're mounted on the outside, but on 160, the RF going. I've tried to, because I thought, I have these little plexiglass like spacers in between these inductors that I wound. And of course, everything's handmade, so it's not perfectly tight around the coil of the inductor, okay? These spacers. So I was like, okay, well maybe they're like rattling in there. So I put some silicone, ran a bead of silicone down it, so the things would stop moving. Still does it. So it's got to be like an RF inside the copper pipe, you know, ringing as it's going through it. I mean, I'm literally hearing myself, you know, modulating through it at the moment. It doesn't matter. The power level has a little bit of an effect on it, but I can run it without the amplifier and still hear myself. So, yeah, the tuner's really working, though, on this band. I mean, it's probably telling me, hey, man, I'm doing a lot of work here. Man, don't make fun of me. Don't worry if I'm talking. Anyway, Glenn, I do the same thing with cutting the RF gain back. It's what a lot of the old manuals tell you to do. You know, like my NC303 tells me to, you know, peak the antenna pot, the trim pot for the antenna, and then find a clear frequency and pull the RF gain back to an S1, and that's how you listen. And my for probably the first year or 2 years of having my National, I didn't do that. I didn't read the manual, and I read the manual and saw that, and now I listen that way, and I wish I would have did it a long time ago, because it really helps with local noise, especially when I have my local noise sources in here. It really cuts back on that, and people are still sometimes 10, 20 over, you know. And that's why I always, another thing you mentioned about the noise floor, I try to preface my noise floor when I give a signal report, you know, because like you said, Glenn, you could crank that RF gain up and somebody's 50 over, but my noise floor is a 10 over, you know. So I'd be much happier if I was 20 over and the noise floor was 1. So I always try to preface it with the noise floor. But anyway, you guys are both about 15 over with an S9 noise floor. Actually, Dad, you're about 30 over. Glenn, you're about 15 over, because I don't hear the noise blankers taking out the local noise when Glenn's talking. But Pop, you're so strong it shuts it off. So this is almost one of the mornings. It'd be better if you were weaker. You know, I'm just messing around. But let me see. Yeah, and real good on you with the project, Pop, and you know, everything coming together and it working, and a plan coming together as planned. As you said, not too many times in life you have an idea in your head and it all works out as planned and it goes according to plan. So 2 thumbs up, man. A lot of the times my plans don't go according to, because of something that I did, or a mistake that I've made, or me being too fast or messing something up in my haste. So back to you, Poppy. This 160's been great. This is my first full season on 160. I had this set up last year, but it wasn't nearly as dialed in as it is now, so on and so forth. And man, this is really a good go-to, especially for, like you said, for us. I mean, because it's the same conditions every morning with you guys. You guys have the same signal strength every single day, whether it's Gary that's in there, whether it's you guys, whether it's, you know, somebody way up with Timmy or Brent or anybody. I mean, a really solid signals in here every single day. So back to you, Pop. W2SDI with N1SNG, W3MMR.
Okay, W3MMR in the groove with N1SNG, W2SDR. Okay. Well, not too often do I hear that I'm too strong. I'll take it, though. I'll take it, that's for sure. Well, I don't think Charlie has 160. I don't think I've ever talked to him on 160. He might. Just on a real quick break, does Charlie have 160 Perry over?
Yeah, he uses his 80-meter dipole. He has a little bit of a problem tuning it down this far in the band, but he says it's easier up on the above, up in 1945. But I've heard him on here on this frequency once.
Oh, okay. All right, because Glenn and I were wondering. So, okay, good. Yep. I wonder if you're going to watch the football game today, Perry, at 1 o'clock against Tampa Bay and Tom Brady. I've been listening off and on to sports radio, and of course they got it all figured out, you know. But it'll probably be at a loss for words here.
Brink.
In the miracle zone, if lack of a better term, if the Eagles can win this game. I mean, Tampa Bay is just a better team. I think what they're going to have to do is they could keep the ball out of Brady's hands, for less than 25 minutes of the game. They have a chance. So their running game, they got to get that running game going and eat up the clock. And just because Brady and the Bucks have got to have the ball to score, okay? And if they can keep it away, so you give that guy a lot of time and a lot of downs to have it. He's going to find receivers, and it's going to be a long afternoon. So that's my take on it. Just keep it away from that guy as long as possible. I was telling Glenn I got that little power supply. I sent you the link. It came already. It was delivered I got the tracking info yesterday, and they said it'll be here between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. And when I got up this morning, I looked out the bedroom window, and there was the guy pulling out of the driveway with the, after he dropped it off. I've never got a middle of the night Amazon delivery in the past, so that was different. But I haven't hooked it up yet. I'll mess with all that stuff later on today. Fine on Charlie's antenna. And you've been having that talk back out of that tuner for. I wonder what causes that. I really don't know. Obviously, it's modulated RF, so it's got to be something to do with the audio going through those coils. What would cause them to actually vibrate is a good question. Probably the same way an output transformer or a mod transformer will buzz because it's loose. Like if the laminations are not tight, you'll get a vibration because it's AC. That's what it is. It's vibrating to the frequency of the AC going through there. That's why it's vibrating. So you just have to tighten it down. But I guess if having a coil, it's like an active spring, like a slinky, and if it's not tied down real tight so it doesn't move, it's going to vibrate. And, so it's. I think I figured it out. N1SNG in the group at W3MMR, W2SDR.
W2SDR. The Vine Group N1SNG. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. When you mentioned the transformer and the hum and all that, it's almost like when I was a kid, my dad played the drums, and he always had the drums set up down in the basement, And it's funny because with the cymbals, if you got near the cymbals and you yelled, the cymbal would resonate. You could hear some of the noise there go into the cymbal, and it would just make a slight ring type noise in there. Yes, acoustic management. Anyway, yeah, it's too bad you couldn't have encased that in like an epoxy or something. But anyway, you'll figure it out. I think you nailed it, Frank. And just more fixing it in a position where it's not going to be as bad. Might probably get a little bit of something, but who knows? Like I said, you try with this stuff, you experiment. What you may think may not be possible until you try it. You get the results, and you'd be surprised sometimes. Just like antennas. I was talking to this one guy. I used to know he's at NSK now, but he had a 75-meter antenna up for years. Finally, it fell down and landed on top of his house, and he said it's never worked so well. So we left it there. Hopefully it catch on fire. But in any case, yeah, Perry, on the 303, I had a 303 back in the day with the speaker. That's what I bought, and I had so many different receivers going in and out of here. I really didn't know what I had, and didn't give them enough time to make themselves at home. Did some work to them. But the 303 was really nice. I like that, especially with the speaker. And had a really good sound to it. And, everything, the cosmetically, electrically was just like it come out of the box. But I wanted an R390A, And with the R390A, it's a beautiful receiver, don't get me wrong. But it's almost like it needs a stick shift and a clutch on the top of it, if you want to change channels, you got to go through this aerobics motions, with tuning the dial there and going through the bands. By the time you get to where you want to go, you got a sore wrist. But it's a great receiver. But I guess it was designed to stay in one position under attack. And it's just one of those ergonomically not the easiest ones to switch frequencies at a moment's notice like some of the other ones. I had a Hallicraft's XX, I think it was a 101A, and that was a beautiful receiver. I got it for $50 at a church yard sale, and they cleaned up. It had a little, had a heater in it actually. Had a heater. And that cleaned up perfectly. Everything was just, fine business with that. There was another one I got rid of and probably should have kept. I don't know, there's a certain romance with some of these old rigs, But in any case, the R390A and the Hamlin HQ110, that's like the backup in here right now. But hey, all in all, as you go, in order for one piece of equipment to enter the room, sometimes one has to leave, and then so on and so on. So we're going to dig into our life savings, right? Other than that, the other day I was on, we get on at 4 o'clock during the week, during the weekdays. We get on 3810. There's a group, and it's basically for the military guys to get on their local works and try out a little experimenting and see the reports. And there's some guys that are in the teletype, and they've been working on getting a couple of older teletypes up and running, and then again there's a whole teletype group out there. So it's interesting. You can't hear the teletypes in there because they're not running them, but just the repair methods and freeing up all the keys and stuff like that. So, but anyway, make a long story short here. So I'm trying to tune up for the net, and I'm on 3885. And I'm tuning up, and the receiver's on 3810, but the transmitter's on 3885, and I'm there for about 5 minutes. I call up, in frequency in use. I kept repeating myself, the frequency in use, and then I'm doing the test, 4, 5, 2, 6, AB, and so on, Just going through that, because when I work with the Thunderbolt, sometimes it's a little touchy around the edges when I change the frequencies and stuff like that. So I might have been in there for about 5 minutes intermittently, and I found out later on, and I'm like, oh man, should I go out there and apologize to the group, because there was a QSO going on 3885, so go figure, right? Anyway. Things happen like that every once in a while. W3 MMR, A1 SNG.
Yeah, I was just dragging my feet, see if Gary or something or Chris were in there. Excuse me, A1 SNG. Crap. In the group W3 MMR, I forgot to turn the external fan on my amplifier. I have a little muffin fan on the intake of this AL80B to help things out a little bit with the old girl. Oh, shit. Where are my notes? Where did I just put my notes? Oh, here they are. Yes, Dad, I'm going to watch the football game today at 1 o'clock. I watched some of the Raiders and Bengals game last night, but I was so tired. I was in bed at 7 o'clock last night. I went upstairs at about 7:15. I was worn out. And I knew I had to go to work today, and I wanted to get up early and operate. And I knew it was going to be a long day, so I figured I'd get in bed early, man, and get up. And then at midnight, I'm waking up looking at my phone, like, all right, is it time to get out of bed yet? No. 2 o'clock. Like, should I get out of bed now? Is it too early to get out of bed? And it was like 4:30, and I was like, okay, now I can get out of bed. So I figured if I got up at like 12 or 2:30, there was going to be nobody on the radio. I'd just be sitting here for a couple hours, get tired again, and go back to sleep at 5 o'clock. So I ended up getting out of bed when I did. So that's the story on that. Unless you guys want to know when I brush my teeth, too. Maybe what the rest of my schedule is. No. But, yeah, I'm going to watch that game pop. I got to going to work for a little bit this morning, Glenn, and putting a carpet in a van. I'll send you some pictures. I'm doing we got a Ford Windstar at work, and we sold it to a customer, very low mileage, older Ford Windstar, less than 50,000 miles on it. It's an 01, and the carpet inside is just destroyed. It was from a special needs school, mentally handicapped kids, and in the backs to take them to doctor's appointments and things as such. And I mean, the carpet's destroyed, as you can imagine. So the guy who bought it asked if I could find a replacement carpet and put it in for him for some side work. So I found one online. This company online makes carpets, like cut to order, bing bang boom, and it was here in 5 days. $350 with shipping and a full carpet for the inside of a van. I mean, it looks really, really nice, and the reviews say they're all cut real nice too. So there's still good deals out there to be had. Where's the rest of the notes here? I'm a mess here. I have this piece of paper here, and it's like a flip book, and I always forget what page I was on. And I think you did figure it out, Pop, about the inductors. I have silicone on the one side, but not on the other. I don't know. I think it's cool, though. I think it adds character, I mean, how cool is it to be like, you can hear yourself coming through something on your wall? You know what I mean? It's pretty cool. As long as it's not cut, like, you guys are like, man, what's that stuff in the background? I'm going to leave it. And I never knew about that net, Glenn, on 3810. That's pretty cool. I guess 4 o'clock during the day. Is it just, I wonder if it's kind of like the Milrad net where, guys have military gear, but you can check in on anything as long as it's AM. Having to have an interest in military gear, or is it like strictly military gear? Or is it kind of an all's welcome kind of deal? Because, Dad, man, that'd be something for maybe you to check out during the day or something, before you get on for your evening there. So just, during happy hour or whatnot. So, yeah, man, band's in really, really, really good shape this morning, man. You guys are all solid. I can't get over how good the band is right now. And it's a pleasure to always get on here with you boys. Oh man, coffee's running low. It's almost time for another cup, and I don't usually have 2 cups. Back over to you, Pop. W2SDR with N1SNG. W3MMR.
Okay, I just hear Art and Tony over there on Fusion. I guess Tony's listening to us. He told Art I was here on 160. Let me turn down that radio.
It looks like, according to this weather, it's going to start to turn to snow.
He told me yesterday he hooked up his Kenwood 990 and was trying to remember how to use it and different menu items and stuff. And one of the, I guess he wanted to has that ready to get on 75. But of course, we're here. And I missed the 3810 thing. That used to be one of the frequencies I used to get on years and years ago, not on AM. But for some reason, though, AM seems to ring a bell on 3810. I don't know why, but it was a sideband group we used to get on 3810. It was the Knuckleheads. We had a name, actually. I've got a plaque here. It was one of those things that you check in a number of times and you get like a certificate. And we used to go on 160, 1865, I think it was, in the wintertime. And then in the summertime, we'd switch to 3810. Now, I could never get on in the wintertime with the guys because where I used to live, I could never have a 160 antenna. I couldn't fit it. But I would be with them in the summer on 3810. Then a group we used to be on 3865 in the winter, and then on 40 meters somewhere in the summer. This was right around 6 o'clock at night, and I don't know, I got out of the habit, I guess, when I moved to New Jersey, because it was right at dinner hour and stuff, and then, you know, it just didn't work. It would work now, but it didn't then, so. And I lost track of almost all those guys. A lot of them are silent keys now, I think, and I just lost contact with them all. So, you know how it is with some groups. You know, you've done it, and then now you don't do it, and for some reason, it's just things fall apart. It's just the way it goes, you know. Well, yeah, as long as that doesn't bother you, that you know, having the tuner make that talk back business. It's fine, I guess. You know, I think it would bother me a little bit. I don't know. I've never had a tuner do that. But see, if you notice, I don't know if you've ever seen coil stock, Perry. B&W used to make it. I know Glenn knows what that is. It, you know, it had plastic things around the, you know, that the coil would be wound in, even though it was open, but it had, it was little pieces around there that would hold the coil. And but yours, you don't have that. They're just freestanding, you know, coils, and you know, I mean, it acts like a spring, you know. So that's why the coil stock doesn't vibrate like that, because it's held by those plastic things. And of course, with a roller inductor, you know, it's mounted. You know, the wire that goes around there is attached to the cylinder, so you don't get that either. So. Yeah, the power with this ALC thing, you don't have to ride the voltage, but you have to. You know, it's very, 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 very touchy. See, now it went up too high. It went there. Makes to try that other power supply that I got in the middle of the night. This thing, we'll see what happens with that. We'll stay in here for another round or two, I guess, at 5:34, and over to you, Glenn. N1SNG with W3MMR. Oh, I got an email from Gary. He's got all kinds of questions about my reverse osmosis water system that I use in my aquarium. So he emailed me yesterday. I didn't see it till this morning, so I'll send him that information. If he doesn't come in here, I guess he would be here if he was already, if he was going to come on. N1SNG in the group, W2SDR.
Hi, Ed.
A1, Echo Whiskey, Mike. Be with you in just a second there. N1SNG. Yeah, on the spacers there, the B&W, they got a lot of really beautiful oil setups. You can save your rig on their catalog. But yeah, I know what you're talking about there, Frank. Like kind of like the wire looms, on those spark plug cables. They had those little clips. You could buy them. You could buy really nice ones, performance ones back in the day, depending on the size of the spark plug wire. And kind of like, I think you call that cable management. And yeah, that would probably help out quite a bit, interrupt that tuning fork type of situation there, in a sense. But in any case, sounding great this morning with that rig, Frank. And yeah, Gary, yeah, he's a cool guy. He's got a lot going, and getting into somewhat of a scheduled maintenance there with the aquarium, that would probably be a big plus for him, for sure. And yeah, sounds like he'll be heading out early. Got to get over and work on that handicap van. Yeah, I imagine it's quite a mess in there. Just the way it's set up and the transport situation there. And you're getting a lot of those carpets. That's great. That's available. Look, I used to work with a guy. He worked at a place that they used to make those. He was out in California, and they had all the tooling for them, and they used to cut it with water, the water jet cut, all CNC controlled, but they had to wash them afterwards. So they found that if they used the liquid nitrogen, it would evaporate, and they wouldn't have any of the drying issues there. Kind of reminded me of what where he had worked. Type of technologies that were going on with carpeting and all that stuff, right? So anyway, with that, there's a K1 Echo Whiskey Mike in there. I don't know how far out he is there, but if he's not in there, why don't you pick it up? So, Kilo 1 Echo Whiskey Mike. Go ahead, sir. This is N1SNG.
Yeah, it's Ed. Hey, Ed.
Hey, that was N1SNG. Very good morning, guys. This is the first AM contact. You guys should feel privileged by that. Glenn, that's what my view on the name said. It's also pretty low. Glenn, I got it about 85% or so. Good incentive. Time I had in the spring, I'm sure I'll get better.
Yeah, hey, Ed. Actually, it goes to my, Does it come to me, or does it go back to you, Dad? I can't remember. Dad, does it come to you now?
No, it goes to you first. I'm having a rough time with Ed. Go ahead, Perry, and then it goes to me.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, good morning to you, Ed. That's Ed, Kilowatt 8 Echo Whiskey Mike, K8EWM. We've all worked Ed on an AM before, I'm pretty sure. Well, good morning to you, Ed. Not the greatest signal here, but I do copy you. Crap, you're my noise floor is about an S9, and you're about 5 over 9 here, Ed. So not the best to copy, but you are a pretty long ways out there, out in Ashtabula, Ohio. So good to hear you this morning. The doublet's working just fine. As far as the 3810 net goes, when it comes back around to Glenn, he could probably expound on it more. He's actually checked in. He was just talking about it, so I actually just found out about it this morning myself. But yeah, it's on 3810. I guess it's 1,600 hours. Guys run old military gear and stuff. So when it gets back around to you, Glenn, if you could make a couple comments about that for Ed, that would be great. What else do we got here? Yeah, Dad, you had mentioned the B&W coil stock before to me. For some reason, I want to say I went online and couldn't find it. Okay, but I still would like to build another one of these tuners, but smaller. A desktop version of it, I could put on the rack or put on a shelf, This antenna tuner's cool. It can handle whatever you can throw at it, but it's just giant. You know what I mean? So it would be cool to make something a little smaller. But I'll have to look into that coil stock. And I wonder if Art has ever, well, I don't think he's ever used it on AM, but I wonder when the last time he used that 990 is. It must have been a while if he's having a hard time remembering how to use it. Well, I mean, he could probably not use that radio for 3 weeks and forget how to use it with how many buttons are on the front of the damn thing. So real cool. Be anxious to hear him on that. Good morning to Tony. If Tony W4OG is listening via web SDR or local receiver, good morning to you, Tony. And that's all I got this round. So, Dad, over to you. And then back out to Glenn. I guess you're going to sign, Pop. So 7-3 to you. Great to hear you, man, as always. The ICOM 718 is sounding fantastic this morning. And I'm sure I'll catch you throughout the day at some point. So over to you, Pop. W2SDR with M1SNG and K8EWM. This is W3MMR.
All right, there's those guys out west again coming in. They were actually heterodyning with you, Perry. That was weird. Yeah, they were heterodyning with you, so, but I copied you. A lot of static here this morning all of a sudden. Throughout the country, because we're getting into the gray line here, and that's what we're hearing. Good morning to Ed. It got you pretty good, I guess. A Q4 to Q5. A lot of noise though has developed on the band, Ed. So it's good hearing you on 160. I think this may be our initial 160 contact. Yeah, I'm answering Gary's email with the reverse osmosis. He had a lot of questions about how I do that for the aquarium here, so I'll send him all that information when I get off here. There's one interesting thing in this menu, Perry, and to the other guys in the 718. I just noticed there's an AM noise blanker just for AM, that if you go into the extended menu of the radio, you could turn that off and on. And it has a regular noise blanker button on the front of the radio. So apparently that's a special AM noise blanker. I wonder if that's a diode type limiter. I'm going to have to look in the schematic, but that's pretty cool. And it's defaulted on. I shut it off because I don't need it. And I didn't notice that it degraded the audio at all with it on. But it defaults to on, and I shut it off. And I'm just wondering, I'm going to wait during the day here and see what it does, when it's very quiet without all this atmospheric noise and see if it, is effective against any buzz or anything like that. But that's pretty cool. So there you have it. Anyway, just one more 718 comment. So, I'll listen out here. I'm going to get on sideband up on 75 to see if those guys are up there before. I don't know. I think Art was getting thunderstorms down there in Florida. That's why he had to get off. He was getting off the air. They always have thunderstorms that roll through there. It's a little unusual, I think, at this time. Usually they're afternoon in Florida, but so there you go. I'll stick in here for one more round. I'm having fun here. I'll stick in for one more if you guys don't mind. N1SNG in the group with K8EWM and W3MMR, W2SDR. Go ahead, Glenn.
Okay, Frank, very good. Yeah, thank you. Getting into the menus there on the 718. And the more you use them, just find out a little bit more about in depth what's going on. The other options, turn things on and off. Yeah, very good. Sounding great. It's fabulous. Be in the 718 category there. On a quick one, Frank, is that the same chassis as the 706? I might be jumping a little far back or forward here, but is that the same chassis as the ICOM 706? Over.
Oh, no, it's completely different. It's a full-size radio, 100-watt radio. They make a mobile bracket, believe it or not, but it's a pretty good size radio, and it's a full 100 watts. And after the modifications that I've done, actually the thing will put out 40 watts of carrier on AM and modulate to 150 watts. So it'll handle that without a problem. So even barefoot, it's right up there with a. Really, it's right up there with a Johnson Ranger barefoot. Over.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Yeah. Sounds exciting. Sounds excellent here. And for some reason I got dragged over to the 706. They made a low power rig, but I just got the numbers scrambled here. So anyway, very good on that. Be interesting to hear your progress reports as time goes on, for sure. And I have noticed also the increase in noise here, some static crashes coming in. I was upstairs in the kitchen. I'm looking out just took a peek out the back, and boy, it's really dark out still, of course. And then I look over and I see this big bright light, and I'm like, what the heck is that? Because all the leaves are off the trees, and I don't see the trees at all up on the highway. But it's the moon. It is so clear out, and it's just so bright. So the moon is actually going off to the west there. But it looked like there might have been something going on over on the highway. So go figure, right? I guess I'm still waking up too here. That's for sure. And again, good morning to Ed. Light copy it here this morning. The Berry signal went down a bit, but it's like you're saying, Frank, and I'm noticing the bands are changing around. But other than that, I'll keep it rolling. I'll get it right over to Perry, and I think you're going to be here for one more round, Frank. So very good on that there. W3MMR, N1SNG.
Yeah, I think Ed's still in there. Ed, if you're still in there, go ahead and pick it up and send it my way, Roger.
Roger. Okay. I don't think you guys are hearing me all that well. Otherwise, things real good in this process. Real quick, Terry, talking about an ICOM 718.
Can you say that question one more time, Ed?
You talking about an ICOM 718?
That's correct. Yeah, he's on it this morning too. Yep, IC 718.
Very good, very good. That's incredible. I've heard a couple in the past modified the sound like that. I want to believe it. It's pretty incredible. So, hey guys, let me get out of here. I've got time to do 4. I don't want to be you guys dragging me around with an angle. So, 7-3, getting the conditions a little better for next year. I should say in July, when you're thermostat. W2SDR to pick it up kilowatt echoes.
Yeah, I'll grab it here real quick. Good stuff, Ed. K8EWM, W3MMR. Really great to hear you, Ed. Thanks for getting in there with us this morning. And I did notice the noise come up here as well, and I pulled up the solar information, and solar flux is 116. Looks like we have a G1 level storm. The A index is pretty high, up at 22, so could be having an effect on the lower bands here this morning. But nevertheless, Ed, great to hear you, bud. Hope to hear you soon, whether it be here or back up on 75 meters or whatnot. And you always put in a solid signal here in southeast Pennsylvania, Ed. So great to hear you, man. And we'll catch up with you soon. Stay warm, too, because I know you got to be cold out there. It's 9 degrees here, so there's a good chance in Ohio it's just about as cold there. Anyway, let me see what else we got here. This is going to be my final. I'm gonna get out of here after this one. Start getting ready to head up to the shop because I'm gonna get that done. Actually, I might go up there, turn the heater on, come back for a little bit, and then go back up because it's gonna take a while for that heat to warm up that shop, man. So real good on the moon. I haven't been outside yet, but I'll have to go take a look at that when I let the dog outside. Those Arizona stations are coming in there a little bit stronger now. I can see the carrier here. I can't ever hear any audio, but can see some carrier. But that's the difference between a 160-meter full-size antenna and an 80-meter antenna on 160. And location and all that good stuff. So, and Glenn, your signal definitely has gone down in the past few transmissions. You're not as strong as you were when I first came on, so the band's definitely jumping up and down, that's for sure. So we'll say 7-3, guys. Great to hear you, boys, always. Glenn, stay warm. Ed, stay warm. Glenn, I was gonna, I want to send you a couple pictures of that van I'm working on this morning, so I'll send you a couple pictures. So check your email soon. And Pop, 2 thumbs up, man, on that 718. Can't get over how good it sounds. Sounds much better than it did last night. Much, much better. So we'll catch up with you guys later. Over to you, Pop, and we'll be listening out for the remainder. W2SDR with M1SNG, W3MMR, 7-3 for now.
Okay, yep, I enjoyed it here this morning. You guys have a good day, and be talking to you real soon. 7-3 Ed, 7-3 Glenn, and 7-3 Perry. Over to you, Glenn. Tie the ribbons on it. W2SDR, 7-3.
Yeah, okay, Frank, very good, yeah. Sounding great, 718's really fine business job here, for sure. Yeah, it's getting real noisy here. Just about near Perry there, 100%. And not near Ed in there. So we'll say 7-3, just pick it up. It's just been great. Getting over to 160, got some good air time in here, and another cup of coffee, giving me a little bit more talk power. So we'll say 7-3, and hopefully we'll pick it up a little later on. Perry, I look forward to the email. Yeah, be careful down there if you're working by yourself, and hopefully you can get that job done today and be on with it. So we'll say 7-3.
Hey, Pop, you still there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do me a favor, make a recording. Give me about 20 seconds. I want to make a recording. Give me a good bit of audio.
Oh, okay. All right, W3MMR with N1SNG signed and Ed signed, KWM, W2SDR here in Salem County, Southern New Jersey. And I got that little bench supply delivered. I'm going to hook that up later and try it. We'll see if it is a little bit more stable than this other power supply, but it hangs in there. There's a lot of drifting, once the radio warms up and stuff like that, so it's you kind of have to ride it until things warm up, and then it stays pretty stable. The output that you're driving the amplifier with, so it's not real critical. You can see if the power goes up and down 40 or 50 watts coming out of the amp, nobody even sees it. I mean, you don't really notice it, so. Yeah, there you go. So this is the same lash-up, Perry, that I use at the FT101. Same EQ. I haven't messed with anything except I just reduced the compression a little bit in the 223. That's the only change that I made, so there you go. Okay, there I just got an email from Ed, so I'll see that, check that out. So there you go, Perry. W3MMR, W2SDR.
Yeah, perfect. And I was switching between 10 kilohertz, 8 kilohertz, and went all the way down to 6. So you get a good indication of what it sounds like on multiple bandwidths. And you're strong here, and you'll hear there's a lot of noise in the back. You're 30 over, so it gives you an idea of what my noise level is here at the moment. But it gives you a real good indication of how you sound. We'll catch you later, man. Always a pleasure, guys. Great signals is Simone in. W3MMR, clear and listening.
Yeah, it's you're 20 to 30 over also in this thing, but it's really noisy. I mean, it's like all hell's breaking loose out there, I guess, with these storms and what have you, and tack gray line on top of it. So, see you later, W2SDR.
Yeah, man, catch ya.
W2SDR, WA2IXT. So we're right on top of you. Oh well. Not frantic here. Yeah, it's still 5. Let's see. Well, in a couple minutes they might have a new reading because they update it every hour. I'm looking at the Westerly Airport. All the weather report the Westerly Airport. Right now it's 5, and I'm sure it's going to be less than 5. So I just heard he's been doing pretty well, and the oil cost has come down. So we're kind of dreading how this winter's going to be. It ain't done yet. And it seems like there's probably more cold coming up. We'll have to see. Although it is supposed to warm up for the rest of the week. It's not going to be a bomber really cold. But this is pretty neat. Greg your people. We're waking up. AJ1G.
AJ1G and 1XCW. Yeah, it's been quiet out here. Chris. I was listening to music. I looked over and I saw the S meter go up. I said, well, maybe somebody's woke up, and I turned the volume back up and go up and grabbed the D104, and there you were. Yeah, I plowed, Chris. I plowed 95 for many years. I used to plow, one while I was plowing from the state line to exit 5, and then for a while I was plowing Route 138 from the state line. That was 138, and then going south on Route 2 down to Charlestown. I've had some pretty intense plowing experiences plowing for the state. A surprise ice storm, and plowing actually at that point we were just putting down sand because everything was ice. And if you know where the turf fields are on Route 2, I could see lights flickering in the sky. And I'm saying, wow, somewhere there's an accident or something. I see reds and blues flickering in the sky. And as I come up to the crown of this hill, the traffic is stopped. And there's police and fire and a vehicle go off in the field where the turf farm is, and I hit the brakes and like no response. I'm on ice. I'm sliding, and I'm coming up on this row of cars with a 13-foot snowplow in front of me, and I edged it into the snowbank, and the snow was flying. I couldn't see anything, and the truck finally came to a stop. Scared the living bejesus out of me. I didn't hit anything that I know of, except for a lot of snow. And luckily I had the weight of the truck because, you know, I got into the snow pretty big. I was able to roll it back out of there, but it was a hair-raising experience. AJ1G and
Yeah, how long ago was that? Was that back in the 70s by any chance?
No, it was, I want to say, early 2000s. Early 2000s. I worked for that company from the mid-90s 2 years ago. Yeah, I want to say early 2000s because we had already moved our operation to West Greenwich. And we would go back and forth. We had 4 or 5 trucks on with the state. And some of them would be on the secondary highways. And that was one particular time that I got chosen to do that 138 and Route 2. And if we had 2 guys doing it, one guy would take 138 from the highway department garage in Hope Valley, take 138 to Route 2 and turn around and come back. The other guy would go Charlestown Salt Barn and come up Route 2 to 138 and go back. So the only time we saw each other was at the interchange there of 2 and 38 if we happened to be at that end of our road at the same time. AJ1G, N1XCW.
Yeah, okay, Charlie. Yeah, AJ1G. Yeah, you remember back when, I'm trying to remember how long it took. Remember back when Route 1 was, one lane was asphalt and really crappy. I guess it was the high-speed lane for the longest time. It was like that when it was only got around to fixing it. It was really beat up asphalt, and then the right lane was concrete. Remember that?
Actually, I remember Chris when it was all concrete. Yeah, Route 1, parts of Route 2, Route 3 at one time were concrete. Over the years, they repaved over it. But those were originally federally funded highways that were designed for tanks and heavy equipment to run on them in the event of a war. That's all war stuff, you know?
Okay, I remember, all the time I was going to school at URI and running up and down Route 1. It was an asphalt fast lane, but that was actually the concrete lane was the better lane. The asphalt they weren't maintaining it very well, and then eventually it's all paved over now. I think it's all asphalt now. But yeah, it was that asphalt was awful. It was all. I think it was maybe had to add layers on top of concrete. They didn't never repaved it, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I remember that was all concrete. I remember a lot of the highways were concrete. I think the interstates are concrete initially too, and then they shifted to asphalt. Man, I tell you what, that asphalt doesn't last. They're constantly out there working on it. It's incredible. Always, you're always running into the construction zones before you're always asphalt work. Of course, they're not doing it now. It's too cold. Wow, yeah, that's crazy with the ice. Now, the reason I asked you about my late 1970 was that was my freshman year at URI. I didn't have a car. My parents came up to pick me up for drive me back to New York for Christmas, and it was 19 degrees and it was raining. And we were on 95, and it was the scariest ride of my life, I think, ever. 19 degrees and raining. We came through North Stonington, and there was a Volkswagen under an 18-wheeler. Well, it was under the trailer. Oh man, what a mess! And then it took, I don't know, normally I think it took like 6 hours to get home. And my other incidents on 95 were like you were saying, you hit a stretch of ice and it was December. It was snowing all the way down. We were going down to my parents, Diane and I. This was right before we got married. It was 75. And 1975, and we got to 287 there by the Tappan Zee, and it turned to glare ice, and we were sliding everywhere. And I finally got off the highway. I remember, waiting, crawling, everyone's creeping along to get somewhere, and all of a sudden, out of the middle of nowhere, an Oscar Mayer Wienermobile shows up and goes by. Just to add to the whole strangeness of the whole team. But
WD4MKA, Whiskey Delta 4, November Kilo Alpha. This is K4, BKC, Kilo 4, Bravo, Kilo Charlie, over.
Probably need that
Frequencies in use.
the highway and park the car in the office building.
Okay, Gary, I'll stand by. I just heard you
And then the next day,
there, and I wanted to let you know you sounded good.
N1SNG.
There's Glenn. There was also a whole bunch of heterodyne in there, so I'm guessing there's other people, other places that can't hear us. Well, the worst ice storm I remember, Chris, was a week before the blizzard of 78. There was 2 to 3 inches of ice on everything. The roads were undrivable that weekend. It was just about a week before the blizzard of 78. We had 2 storms back to back. Probably one of the worst ice storms on record, but it got kind of downplayed by the fact that we had the worst blizzard we had ever had the following week. That was, I was driving for both of those, and it was quite infuriating driving under those conditions. Anyway, I'm going to turn it over to Glenn, and take his behind sitting down there, Glenn. I don't know if those other heterodynes are people trying to get in here, or people that just can't hear our QSO going on.
Yeah, okay, N1XEW, AJ1G. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Charlie. Yeah, we're up on 160 just a little while ago there. It was pretty noisy down here earlier, and Charlie, I know you had kind of got in the sidecar there for a while, so it seems to be a little bit better here. And Charlie, you're right. The blizzard of 78, that ice storm we had, I remember that. What a coating of ice on everything. We lost power. I was out in the backyard splitting wood, and you could hear all the branches breaking, like in the whole neighborhood. It sounded like a gunfire early in the morning when I got out. The sun was coming up. I mean, what a beautiful display of, with the sun hitting all the ice on the trees. But here I am chopping, and I hear this crack. I just ran. And this huge limb came off the tree. I think it was an old elm tree. But yeah, that was pretty nasty. And if that happened today, it would be terror on the highways. Because people would still be out trying to drive and all that. But the 78, you know as well as I did, this whole area around in Rhode Island was just, they had the big D8s coming up the street here. Bulldozers, front end loaders, payloaders. I mean, it was all construction equipment. Plow couldn't handle it. There's no way. And we had about 3.5 feet of snow out front. And of course, when you just plow that off to the side, then it was on the roof of the house. I mean, it was pretty nasty, and they let us out early at work, so when I got home, it was getting dark out. I picked up a guy thumbing on the highway. I mean, if I was at a plow truck, you probably would have been still out there somewhere in the woods. But anyway, I picked him up, and I said, I'll get you to any place that's open. He said, that's it, Dunkin' Donuts. Took him to Dunkin' Donuts on Reservoir Avenue, and there were a bunch of people there. I was the last one down the street. I had to get down my street. I had to get through like a 3.5 foot berm at the top of the street, so I had to kind of go point blank right into it. I backed up and then and just plowed right down the street. I was the last one down the street. Had it in 4-wheel drive, and I just made it to the top of my driveway. Yeah, pretty intense there. And then, of course, the ice also just, I'll always remember that. After that, Charlie, I've always had a shovel in the truck, chains, a strap, just any ways of getting out in a pair of boots. So I learned the hard way, but anyway, over to you, Chris, and good signals in here this morning, and hopefully we can stick around for a while. If not, well, I just figured I'd come in and give my 2 cents worth there. I wonder if any of you guys saw that volcano go off there from the satellite, AJ1G, N1SNG.
Okay, Glenn. Yeah, I thought there'd be some other people in here. I did hear a bunch of other people trying to call in when you came in. N1SNG. Yeah, we were up in Saratoga for the blizzard of 78, and we only got a foot up here. We were on the northern end, and it wasn't too bad. But that storm you mentioned, going in the ice storm, what happened up there was on that one, it started out as snow. And then it changed to rain, and then it got really cold, and everything froze up. And down the Broadway, the main drag through Saratoga Springs, they had not plowed it yet, and people were driving through it, and it was all rutted. And then they got rained on, and it never got plowed, and it froze into this gigantic moonscape. And they had traffic shut down. All they could do was wait for it to melt. And eventually, I think it did melt before the next storm, to the point where they could clean it out before the put up there. And it wasn't all that bad. That was just another day up in Saratoga as far as snow. A lot of snow up there. And yeah, Diane's folks, and they lived on Park side, and they had drifts up to the second-story windows on the house. They were on fire too. Two of the houses that you actually went up the hill a little bit, in your driveway from Park Avenue, and they had drifts. Crazy. My father-in-law just not a little Jeep Cherokee four-wheel drive. He was out there having all sorts of fun with it. At least a week. And I remember weeks later, when the weather got a little better, we drove down there, and I remember we would come down 146 out of Worcester, right to the south. I remember the drifts on the side of the road, or not the drifts, but the piles were like 6 feet high. You were like driving in a tunnel. Even then, it's unbelievable. I don't know if it was you, Charlie, but I remember last year we were talking about the blizzard of 78, but probably before an upcoming storm or something like that. And I ran into a guy who was driving for a funeral home in Cranston, and he had a house where someone had passed away. And then he got stuck on, I guess he got stuck on 37 or something like that, and he ended up going to Dunkin' Donuts and left his passenger in the vehicle for like a day and a half or something like that. Is that you, Charlie?
Kind of fading out on me over here, Chris. I think you asked me something, but we're in a fade when you asked. Something about somebody on 37, but the signal was so up and down at that point, I wasn't copying everything. I'm going to get out of here for a while. It's almost time to feed the fish and refill my coffee cup. I'll probably get back down here in a little while, but I got to get upstairs. I hear my wife romping around up there too, so I'll be back. N1XZW.
Yeah, okay, Charlie. Yeah, I was talking about this. If you're still copying, someone told a story last year about they were driving for a funeral home. They took their hearse out to a residence to pick up a passenger, so to speak. Someone had passed away, and they had to go bring the body back to the funeral home, and they ended up getting stuck in a blizzard on for a day and a half. And I ended up hanging out in the Dunkin' Donuts, and then the passenger stayed in the hearse. Over. You still there? And we lose you too, AJ1G.
Yeah, AJ1G, N1SNG. Yeah, Charlie checked out. He's got a few things to do this morning. This is usually the time that he's going to get out and feed the birds and all. But the moon out there this about 10-15 minutes ago. It's so clear and bright. I didn't think it was the moon. I thought something else was going on. I look out the back window of the house, thought there was fish black out. And I see this bright light, and I just did, through the trees. There's no leaves on the trees now, So the way the moon was going down in the west there, quite a sight there. Quite a sight. I wonder if you saw the video of that the volcano explosion. Did you see that, Chris? Over.
I didn't see the video. I saw, a photograph of it, and I am going to watch the video. That apparently set off a lot of tsunami flooding going on in Tonga. I guess the actual incident was Tonga, out in the Pacific, and they had the tsunami warnings all the way across the Pacific, all the way up and down the West Coast, Alaska, Hawaii, West Coast, South America. I don't think it was going to be particularly bad there. I guess it was pretty bad in the vicinity of the volcano. Crazy stuff. I guess in Hawaii, they expected to be some boats filming. Crazy weather for sure. N1SNG, AJ1G.
Yeah, if you get a chance, check out the video. They got the whole thing on satellite, and it looks like some thermonuclear event took place there. Just unbelievable from the satellite. Then they have the infrared pictures of it from the satellite also. So there's all different angles of it. But if you Google it up, you'll get the satellite imagery, and it's pretty spectacular. I think kind of a once in a lifetime event there. Seeing it from the satellite. But yeah, in any case, yep. Pretty cold here, Chris. We got 5 degrees. We got 5 degrees here. And I went outside last night, just out the front door, with my T-shirt on, you know, and man, I'll tell you, it was, you know, probably could last about 20 minutes, and that'll be it. But hey, in any case, we play a little bit of radio. Seems to be holding up okay here, but I think it's starting to shift a little bit. But I'll stick in here for a bit. It's good to hear you in here this morning, Chris. And I missed yesterday. I was doing other stuff here. But hey, in any case, yep, we're going to be inside for the remainder of the cold weather here. We took a walk today, and it was too darn cold. Just the wind blowing. Temperatures were below zero with the chill factor. So without any type of a face protection, it was snapping cold for sure. Back to you, Chris. AJ1G, N1SNG.
Yeah, okay, Glenn. N1SNG, AJ1G. Yeah, I'm going to have to go out and get we're supposed to get the L-force wind gusts, 55-mile-an-hour gusts as part of this heavy rain and coastal flooding. I think the parking lot down here in Watch Hill by the yacht club, that's probably going to be underwater because we got the storm, we got a full moon, we got, high tides are going to be very high today, about 3 feet above normal. So that would definitely come over the wall there. That you see the yacht club when you go out to Napa Tree, if you want to walk out to Napa Tree 20, that water is going to be coming. A lot of times, even in this normally, that they have drains. There's drain holes from the parking lot through that wall, and a lot of times the water will back up in the air and flood through that way. But I think they're going to be underwater there this time tomorrow. Whatever the next high tides are, probably tomorrow are going to be pretty bad down there. All right, I'll just be listening through here. The band is definitely changing. I've been doing a bunch of DXing. Oh, you know what happened? I broke the nylon lay-down mount for the Webster band spanner. Luckily, it happened when I wasn't moving. Decided to go through a Dunkin' Donuts drive-through to get some egg sandwiches or something. And I forgot the band spanner was up. As I went through the ordering, it usually has an overhead, a sign, saying, the clearance of the thing. I forgot. I drove right under that overhang, the warning overhang. I heard all this big clatter, and I looked back, and the antenna looked like it was fine. But when I went to pull it down, and because I was, all distracted because it happened, I forgot to unlock the lever on the laydown mount, and I think between the fact I pulled on it and it was so cold, I think the nylon snapped because it had like a little. The extreme cold. I snapped that. That base apart. I might be able to epoxy it back together, but I wouldn't trust it. So I got to go find another one, I guess. That's too bad. But the good thing is it didn't happen when the car was underway and there's no damage to the antenna. That'd be semi-irreplaceable. N1SNG, AJ1G.
Yeah, okay, Chris. Yeah, sorry to hear about that, man. I know the feeling there. I went to a funeral wake, and I drove into the main entrance there, and I went underneath the low canopy there where people get out, and I had the coil on the back, the Hustler coil, and it bang, 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 and I stopped, I just told the guy, just pull it down, bend it back, get it out of the way, and bend it back. Yeah, what a train wreck. But yeah, I know Sam down in Wickford at the Marine Consignment Shop, he has a bunch of those down there. He's got the plastic ones, the big metal ones, and I think he's got a store down in Mystic too. I think it's a Marine Consignment Shop down in Mystic. So you might pick up something there, or you might even get one online for cheaps. Maybe something identical to what you have, so you don't have to do any modifications. locations that are all there. But yeah, been there, done that. Hit the low branches and stuff. So anyway, yeah, in the Napa, saltwater vineyards. Saltwater vineyards. Yeah, that place should be underwater. When you look at the elevation there, they're right in the salt flats there. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I know Wickford too. Wickford Harbor usually fills up. You get that south wind blowing the water into the bay at high tide, and you get a moon tide, and you're definitely going to get flooding. Usually the waterway over to Beavertail is shut down. Once you're over there, because the water just goes right over the road into the other side there. But you got to be careful with that stuff. Okay, we'll wait and see. Yeah, some weather on the news. Being ice cold or snow on the way, or so a little bit of disturbances happening here. I don't know how they're making out in the middle of the country there, but I know there's some stuff headed our way. We'll just have to wait and see. But we're batting down here. We're ready. It's winter time. And the only reason to go outside is keep the birds. I'll get it back to you, Chris. I got a good copy on you, but I think you said you were going to be heading out there. I'll let you do your thing there. AJ1G N1SNG.
Yeah, here's somebody in there going, can you copy him?
Negative.
Yeah, there's somebody there. Yeah, I'm going to sign out here. Yeah, Macro Cove. Exactly what we're talking about. Going down to Fort Burnside, you go it's like almost like an umbilical cord. The tail of the beaver to the head of the beaver there. Yep. Yeah, I can see how you get a big tidal surge, tidal bore going in there. South wind and a high tide. Yeah. That's see how the water piles up in the winter too. Yeah, saltwater vineyard. Yeah, down here, right here in Stonington. I know exactly where you're talking about. Yeah, it's been high in there. It was very high last couple of days. It's been really high in here. Yeah, well, I wouldn't be surprised if it might even get to the highway on this one. They were very far from actually, crossing Route 1, and there's a lot of areas down in Mystic. You wouldn't think flood out, but they're actually very low, and there's nothing between them and the river and the ocean there, and it comes up there pretty bad as well. That's been a great problem, I don't know, forever, basically. Yeah, I just have to keep an eye out for it. I don't think it's possible, like the Newhaven Road, the Westway into our little peninsula down here, Warren Island Peninsula. I think the water has gotten to the point where it's actually there. There's a little tiny stream that empties into the head of Wickety Flock Cove. Water is backed up there over the road on at least one occasion. All right, well, I'm going to say 73. I'll probably on the carrier net. We'll probably see you there. N1SNG, AJ.
Yeah, okay, Chris. Yeah, good catching up with you. Maybe I'll get on the carrier net myself there. But anyway, yeah, batten down the hatches there, and hopefully it's not as bad as they're forecasting it. So 73 for now. Pick up with you a little later on, Chris. N1SNG. We'll be clear.
74K, KM4. Number 84 NKA.
FNY standing by.
Other than in the morning when you woke up because maybe you sleep with your mouth open or something, you don't realize it. But then that went away, 2 or 3 days. And that's about it. I've got those inoculations and the booster shots. What are you going to do? You got to keep going on, man. Anyway, one other thing, Bill. George and I bought 2 RO50s. Well, I got them for the radio club. So anyway, me and George, we carried those 2. We got one was an HRO50, and one was a 50-T, they called it. One of them had the slide rule dowel and everything all in there So George, he took most of them, went through, recapped everything, went through the alignments on them working, but the one didn't. So I said, well, maybe we can fix it up with a digital. So I went out on the internet and I found this guy that sells digital. He give you the 3 digits, or, you know, just we like 0 to 500. And they were $29 for this kit. The trouble was when the kit came, they used those little surface-mounted chips that look like the Simpsons. So he had all the tools, the microscopes and all the stuff that he uses to fix these commercial radios. So George gave them to Jay. He put 2 of them together. So then he mounted one of them in we had to get it working. And the instructions that come with it they don't tell you a whole lot, but I mean they're pretty good, but there's a little bit of a trial and error to get it to work right. But George made a bracket out of copper sheeting, and he has the tools which he used to fix it work on residential furnaces. So he had all the brakes and everything to make the duct work. So he fancied a bracket and mounted that thing in there, and it worked. So now we got 2 HR-50s, one of them from the low end of the band to the upper end of the band of the national called for it to be when you went from the low end to the high end of the band. It's really neat. And I'll have to send you the email and you can see the picture. KADBN, and maybe someone else will come in here and access the power to that amplifier, WA3MJY.
KA2J.
There's Dave.
But with your signal came up. I'm going to turn it over to you. I tried to ULM, that was the initial 60 so I think it's total for $50 each. I was here on the digital dial sounds nice, and actually 0 to 500 is all you need to get the coils on the 50, because each coil in the band credit is 0 to 500. The limit on the band credit coils. Now, if they're not band credit, so you have the option of turning off this capacitor when it goes up, I remember right. For 500 kilohertz, so leave it there. Anyway, over to you, Jamie. Nice to hear you. And it's a couple of degrees. We'll turn it to N8ZBA Dan, and Dan is up in anyway, KADBN.
Good morning, Bill. Good to hear you this morning. Good signal at 8, but that's okay because the noise is less than that. And and I heard a little bit of Rick. I had the radio on since about 5 this morning. I got up early because I wasn't sleeping, and so I came down and read the paper. and then I went out searching other things on the internet regarding Ukraine, and I had an idea of neutrality for Ukraine might be a good way to go. I don't see our interest of, as far as the U.S. Really getting too heavily involved in reading about the NATO stuff. There's some good stuff to read out there, and I got kind of taken in by all that, so I didn't get down here earlier. But I've been up. Sometimes I just wake up early in the morning, and I might as well get up. But good to hear you, Bill. It sounds good. I love my HRO 60. I think it's a wonderful receiver. And once you go through them and replace all those caps and some bad resistors and line it up, and I saw pictures of Rick's, and it's really kind of cool. It was a good solution for not having the turret there for the dial and so forth. And that digital route was a good idea to make a nice radio usable. So I think that's really cool there, Rick. Well, good morning to you, Dan. I'll get it right over to you. NACBA. New York.
I don't see him, too.
Yep, I do not see him on the display. So was who to go over to Rick then?
Well, I suppose Rick was copying him earlier, but he turned it over to me. So I'll have the two up there. We have the beginnings and the end. Made in 1936. There's that. And I have a manual where they sold it for 10 cents about those. Over to you, Rick. Company is doing it wide. That's the answer.
Yeah, okay, Bill. KADBN and K2J and WA3MJY. Hopefully this is better. You could tell me on the next transmission it should be about 80 watts or so. I should have. I'm driving it with about 12 watts out of the IC7610. Yeah, that was, we bought these from Gary. Gary had two, and I had those radios, and I think Rex bought one of them, I believe. I think, but I might be wrong. But the two we bought from Gary. And, yeah, it works really good. Both of them are really good. They're only single conversion, the HR50, but I'm telling you what, it really works. It works well. Well, you got them aligned right. And George, he's got that alignment down. I mean, he went through my HRO 60 that I bought. I bought the HRO 60 a couple years ago down in Maryland, and I paid $300 for it. Because it was something I always wanted. And I brought it back to Pittsburgh, and I recapped it and put a product detector in it and done all the different things, modded to it. There must have been, there had to be at least 100 different resistors in it, that doggone thing, and out of those resistors, 50% of them were bad, and I had to replace them. So I replaced all the resistors in it. In my 60 amp, but then George did an alignment on it last month. He and I sat down and done it, and I'm telling you what, it's spot on. It works really well. I compare it, have it side by side to the 75A4 that I bought from Howard Mills, and it'll hold its own, man. I'm telling you, it was really a good receiver. So let's see if Dan's back in there. And Bill, you can tell me if it made any difference with the power. NACBA with KA2J and KDBN, WA3MJY. You there, Dan?
All right, WA3MJY in the group, NACBA. Yeah, that did a big improvement over here, my QTH. But unfortunately, I'm still not copying Bill, so I'm not going to hold it too much. I'm just kind of sitting here in the listening mode. So I'm going to go ahead and get it over to Bill, and yeah, I might need a relay there. So KADBN in the group, NACBA.
but he's not hearing you. Go.
Actually, yeah, I heard that earlier in the morning down low. It surprised me. Satisfying the Ukraine quite a bit. The demands that Putin's making are nowhere near what anyone's going to give him. He's just doing it much gain popularity in the Soviet Union or in Russia. We'll see what happens. It's one of the things you can't give on it, but we don't know today how people are working. Right now, there's no way that anyone would stop it. And that nobody is supporting heavily. So we'll see what happens. A lot of ways to do this because it would absolutely strain early even for Germany. That seems to be going the opposite way now, but with the pipeline and all the rest of it. Green energy and after the coal now, which is mostly nuclear. Is that it's the weather now is really showing it up, so we'll see what happens. Everybody is sort of so it's in bad shape over there right now. And yeah, you're right, Rex must the other I remember right, he bought the other HRO, the 60, I think, and it just worked. He also really collectible. How does it go to their sex goes? Anyway, that's it. What else we can do? I don't know if the news on my I have 1.1 or 2 to 1. Let's get the other number I know about. I'll use a tuner for the moving off the frequency. But the tuner seems pretty well. And with the extra power, you should basically triple your power. So from 25 to 50, almost 100. So that would be at least about 7 or 8 dB anyway. It did make a difference. And I think the bands can see all this. I don't think we should throw the AM yet, which I usually do about this time, particularly in the dance floor. But it's longer than it normally is. Anyway, I guess it's your turn, Grace.
Bill, KATJ, I think you nailed it. That's exactly what's going on. Both of them lighten up here. I don't know. Both of them working. Well, I have to figure that out. Something seems a little squirrely here. I guess it's okay. Everything's modulating. The meters are ticking. Boy, I feel naked without my scope. Yeah, Bill. Well, first, I don't get a paper delivery anymore. I go online and I read the paper. So I don't know why they still call it the paper. It's probably when they first started coming out with automobiles, they would make them look like the buggy. And so we're going to go out in the buggy, you know. I still call it the paper. So the online edition, and then, oh yeah, on Ukraine is bigger than you think it is. It's actually, if you were to look at the border of Ukraine to Russia, it's the same distance about as from New York City to Miami. And if they did become part of NATO and you had to defend the border, then it would be huge. And if you go back to the Cold War, Ukraine had a whole crapload of nuclear missiles. They promptly got rid of them with an agreement with the United States and Russia and another country, I forget which. But they got rid of all their missiles. And so it is NATO would have a hard time defending it. And it's really not in our U.S. interest to get too involved with it. So I'm anxious to see how this comes out. I hope it comes out in a good way. I had an idea of why don't they go for neutrality and just have some kind of an agreement that they aren't going to militarize, they're not going to take out with other alliances. They just want to be basically left alone militarily. But I don't know if that can happen either. That's probably how can you get There we go. We got some scope activity. You got to have that or else you don't know what's going on, I guess. And there you go. Fine on your antenna. You know, I used to have my resident up in this area, and I used to spend most of my time talking down the band. So by doing that, making it resonant down there, I can still, the tuner still brings it here fine. I just kind of, just put the border. It's still okay. And when you especially get into this tube equipment, you can load up into all kinds of stuff. Think of when I spent over to the James Miller his personal transmitter, and he built it so he could talk to back in Australia, I think it was. In there, in the rack, his personal HRO, and that is at the AWA Museum, and I've used it to the AWA QSO party. I used that transmitter and the HRO that was his, and that by the way was in 1936, and that's what the sensors were. So that's a secret. And I'm amazed at the audio. It really sounds good. And using that old transmitter, one to 204A, and originally they were 251. And that's a classic. So yep, we're at the beginning, and I'm at the very end, and you're almost there, Rick, with a 50. That was before the 50. And it is a nice. And I don't need any more bonus, by the way. In fact, I'm losing my ability to fix things. I even have a spare tooth full. Troubleshoot that darn thing. I got a good schematic. I found an HP place where you can archive manuals, and I got a good service operating manual for it. In the end, I've been able to fix it, and I spent at least 4 hours on the thing, and I'm saying I better throw in the towel. I don't know why I can't get it working, at least properly. So at that, I'm going to try giving it to NADVA, and maybe by now, by the way, Bill, you're up to about 5 over 9 on your peak the last time I looked there, so you're building. So I'll give it to Dan, and maybe you'll hear him this time, Bill, and then I guess, Dan, you can give it to Rick. NADVA, good signal coming in here this morning into Henrietta, New York, KA2J.
All right, KA2J. And the DX60 FreeNet, NA to ZBA. Well, good morning to you, and yeah, big signal that time. The band is definitely starting to shift around. I had a real good copy on you that last go-around days. And still didn't hear Bill, but that's okay. I know it's going to be like a light switch here pretty soon. And someone's going to flip it, and then things are going to start changing around. So just a nice cold morning here, sitting in the shack, and starting to enjoy all the different AM signals. Flex 6500 this morning, homebrew amp, and coax fed inverted V hanging off the tower. That's what we're working with. Over to Rick, and yeah, when you upped your power level, that really helped out on this end. WA3MJY in the group, NA to ZBA.
Rick, are you using an Elecraft amp now?
No, I'm using a Swan amp. It's a tube amp, and I have a TV camera monitoring it. This is WA3MJY. And I have it set up so I have, it runs on 110 volts, 20 volts power supply. So I have an X10 appliance module in line with the power on it, so I can, access it through the phone, and I can shut it off. And that's what I do. I have it all set up and ready, and all I do is just put the power on, let it warm up, and when I use it, I use it on 80. I don't use it all the time. I haven't decided which one I'm going to get. I think I'm going to go for the KPA 1500 like you have. That's what I'm just going to have to just do it, order it, and put it up there. That'll be something I'm going to be doing pretty soon, I guess. And that's what I plan on doing. They say you can get this is good for 300, but I don't, 300 watt sideband or AM on it, but I'm not going to go there. I never hit it that hard. I only drive it with gives me about 80 watt. That's plenty. Comment about Ukraine. They probably regret giving all their nuclear weapons away. It's sad thing when you think about it. Russia made an agreement with them, and we made an agreement with them to ensure their sovereignty and everything, and then how far that goes. That's what he does because he holds the threat of a nuclear war over everybody's head. If they would have never invented nuclear weapons, he wouldn't be in this situation. But that seems to be the way it is. He don't want to be Stalin, or he don't want to be like, he wants to be the new czar, So that's my it's just going to be he's either going to go and do what he's going to do, or he's not. That's what I guess. I wouldn't want to be in that situation. I wouldn't want to be in Biden's situation either, because whatever he does, he's going to get held, just like Trump did, Why anybody would want to be president? They're crazy. Anyway, enough of that. But the man seems to be shipping around, and I noticed that people is what I've been noticing. So I'll give it back to Bill, KDBN, WA3MJY.
AC8FL. KATBN. I did hear again, so it's coming back up, not 100% yet, maybe it's not going to lead on that. Actually, leading up to you were right, that HRC regular. In fact, when you mentioned it, I threw it on, and it is happening even though they wanted that at the time in the 1930s as a single signal receiver. And when it gets a single, it works exceptionally well. Everything's set up right. I wasn't using it specifically, but I think everybody on it do very well. And it's got great audio. It's about 32, I think there's 2 digits. I know there's 66s and 66s, and I've got 3 speakers for those. Over the years, boxes here. 3 6s. get rid of it. That's the one that I think you know the story that someone on a paper route gave me, and that was the receiver. The Night Kid Ocean Hopper is what I was using. I don't know how I ever made some contacts with that thing, but I did. And this thing was with all kinds of power supply, with all the coils and the speaker. And it's the speaker, the tone is still good. The black nickel finish is great on it, and I really enjoy it. You know, getting back to Russia, there's a little bit of a liberal country that was easy to consider a third-world country. In fact, they have their own problems. There's a huge border with China, and their competitors Ukraine and Russia. Putin's having massive problems, even with all the
G14, 24 dedicated. Going to realize the microphone is different.
Go ahead, Gary.
WG4K, the QSC is taking them down at below 110 grams. This will just be my in and out. I did want to check in the group, say good morning, and y'all have a great nap. And I'll just go ahead and listen to what I can. Some of you want to relay for me back to WG4K. This is Whiskey Delta 4. Never kiss alligators. At least none of mine into the swamp.
Okay, very good. Okay. Dave, that was Gary, WD4NKA. He's having a little trouble this morning, so he's going to sign out. This is just one and done. WD4NK.
your signal quite well here in Kentucky. Name here is Dan, Delta Alpha November, located on the north side of Fort Knox, Kentucky. So anyway, just wanted to jump in real quick and say good morning to the Florida AM group. And hearing quite a bit of lightning static noise in there, and I think it's a swath maybe going across the middle of Florida down there. So probably have a few guys with the coaxes disconnected down there. But anyway, just wanted to jump in for the numbers, Dave. Thanks for letting me get in. And we're running the Flex Radio this morning up here with the Commander amplifier. So that's the setup here. So Dave, back around to you. Put me in as one and done. And everybody have a fantastic day in Florida. WG4K in the AM Florida group. Here is KD4UMU. WG4K, KN4HH. Good morning, guys.
Listening both through Matt Station and through the Orlando much. He comes back when I'm remoting through W4AH in Ball Ground, Georgia. Sure appreciate that letting me use the station. I will tell on this group. Get over to Rickett soon, and we can you'll have to get more
Good copy, Art. Good copy.
into EU. Although I didn't hear any EUs coming through on 10 meters. Back up to you, Chris. AJ1G, drag your feet from K2FW in the AM carrier net pre-net.
Good morning, all.
Okay, I heard Al, and I also heard Fred. I'm writing this down. Heard Al, I heard Fred. Was there another one? No, there wasn't. I'll tell you what. Let me get it up to Al, and I hope Sammy's doing well. Hope Sammy's doing well, Al. And then Al, if you would turn it out to Fred. W1, and then back to Chris. W1 VTP, take it away, Al, from K2FW.
Okay. Good morning, all. W1 VTP here. Strange things are happening at the VTP shack. Why I'm not getting a power meter in. And then modulations up there. Well, so we sit by waiting on pins and needles and seeing what Mother Nature is going to bring us. I frankly would like to have snow. I do not like the snow and water mixture that makes what I call rice pudding, because I'm the person that has to move it. So I would say, well, thank you very much, but I'll take my snow. It's much, much preferred. I take 2 feet of snow over 3 inches of sludge. Don't see you, Fred. How do you feel about that? Shall we do one with VTP?
Okay, W1 VTP and the AM carrier pre-net group this morning. Good morning, everybody. Fred, W Kilo 8 India Golf in Mayfield Village. Let me just back the drive down just a bit. Running a little hot. So I'm doing well this morning, and I absolutely agree with you. I have yet to use the snowblower this winter. Last year I got caught with my proverbial pants down. The snowblower was in the back shed, and I had to plow my way from the back shed to the front garage in November. Here we are in January, within sight of February, and I have yet to use the snowblower. I find it really curious, but I'm thankful for it. I'm not anxious to have the snow. My neighbors across the street head for Florida every winter for 2 months. It's very costly, and frankly, I don't think it's that bad here. So I'm thankful to be at home, and if I were away, I wouldn't have my radio room. But then Steve and QN and others depart for Florida, and he's going to be more permanent. I guess that's a good thing. I'm happy for him. Larry, NE1S, is moving, although he's not moving that far, an hour or so he's still going to have some snow to deal with for sure. Well, with that said, let's see, I think I pass it to Chris. Chris, I hope you're copying me this morning. I'm going to go up and get some orange juice, and I'll stand by for the 8 o'clock net. AJ1G to take it. This is Kilo 8 India Golf in Mayfield, Ohio. Good morning, all.
Anybody want to buy shovels? KB2 and QN.
Steve, how you doing? Hey, Steve, why don't you pick it up, and then when you're done, send it over to Chris. I don't know where Joe is this morning.
Okay, well, maybe he's sleeping in a little bit. Had a rough night. KB2NQN, good morning, guys. We'll have all those shovels on sale very, very shortly. We're shooting for the end of the month, as I mentioned. Had the appraiser come through on Thursday. Everything seemed to go okay, but we'll see how the bank for the buyer looks at this place. Should be okay. I don't anticipate any problems. The house presented well, and we're very confident. So that's where we're at. Near the end of the month, and really enjoying these beautiful, beautiful temperatures here. I should not be here for this, but if this is the worst it'll be, as long as that white stuff doesn't come down, I'm okay. Okay, and those shovels will be located in the trees in the woods next to my house. In case you want to run down here, Chris, over to you. KB2NQN.
Yeah, good morning, N1VIV.
Yeah, I was just gonna take a ride down here and bang on the door and wake you up. Yeah, good morning, Joe, N1VIV. AJ, why don't you go ahead and take it, Joe? I gotta disappear for a couple minutes.
Yeah, okay. Well, yes, I did sleep a little bit later than I usually do. But boy, I'll tell you, the past week I have not slept very well. And so yeah, it was really needed. I slept until almost 7:30, and then I had to kind of get some stuff together and make some coffee, and then I just got down here a couple of minutes ago. I think I have some semblance of a list, but I suspect Jeff or Steve might be able to help me out with a more formal iteration of the list, and that's certainly appreciated because I really needed the extra sleep. It was not an easy week on a couple of different fronts, but yeah, nothing to worry about too much. But boy, I really needed to. I slept a good solid 7.5, 8 hours, and I really needed it. So I'm not sure. Maybe if I just send it to Steve, he can run it down here for me, and then we can take it forth from there. K2FW, this is N1VIV.
Yeah, real good, Joe. Was there another breaker? Gotcha, Dick. Okay, good signal also. Alrighty, here's the list I have in order of check-in. Jeff is number 1, WA2RAS. And then myself, K2FW. Then your neighbor, Chris, AJ1G. Followed by Al and Sammy, up there in Vermont, W1VTP. And then Fred, Kilo 8 India Golf. And then not quite normal Steve, still hanging around, KB2NQN. And then Dick just checked in, W2DAP. Whiskey 2 Delta Alpha Papa. And that's all I have so far, Joe. How's Fat Pierre doing? Last time you mentioned him, you said he was getting fat. Back to you, N1VIV, K2FW.
EKG.
Yeah, good morning, Ross. W1EKG. Excellent. Nice to hear you there, Ross. Excellent. Thank you so much, Steve, for running down the list. I'm trying to get my cobwebs out here, but I'm making progress. And I actually had Steve WMQX send me his version of the logging program. And so I'm playing with that, but I think it's current process for right now. I've got some questions about it. I think Al has some experience with this, but I don't want to consume the prenet. Maybe on the postnet, either Al or Steve might be able to give me a little bit of guidance on the utilization of PDL logs. So, but I'm looking at possibly instituting that here on the net. That might make things easier to share information about folks in Texas like that. So that might be. So I heard Steve make some Steve NQN. Good morning, Steve. I'm sure this is our last shot to torture you with some balmy temperatures up here. So I guess you're going to be escaping all this soon. It'll all just be a distant memory. Of course, we'll be missing you. And we'll I'll have to find opportunities to connect on 20 or 17. I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunities on that band for us to connect and talk. And maybe we could connect on AM with on 15 or something like that. But I heard Steve, and I didn't hear Dick make a transmission, so let's spin it around to Dick. Looks like we got about maybe 10 minutes or so. Let's take a look at the official time. Yeah, just exactly 9.5 minutes. So plenty of time for some more pre-net comments. W2DAP, good morning, Dick. How are you? And then if you want to send it to Ross W1EKG, that's great, and we'll be listening for additional check-ins. W2DAP, N1VIV in the AM carrier.
WX10.
Okay, fine.
Morning, Bruce.
DAP right back. Very good. Well, good morning to everybody. Sorry we missed the net last week, but one of my antenna insulators broke.
Is that going to me, HA1G?
Went to ground level, and then marked out on the ground, so it made a real mess. And so I was transmitting from one side of the house. That's all fixed now, and we'll have a problem. That's a 32V3 fixed format. Let's all report signal strength when we can. I like it when Gary did that. What I see. It's kind of fun to see, how people are copying and stuff. So let's turn over to W1, W2EKG. W1EKG. This is W2DAP.
Whiskey, Foxtrot 1 Lima.
Yeah, I heard Bill in there as well, down there in Dover. Good morning, Bill. Let's see if Ross is near the switch. And then I heard Bruce in there as well. Trying to acknowledge Bruce. Good morning to you, Bruce. Well, I bet you've got the cold spot up there today. No question, but it's about 5 degrees here from what I saw on my thermometer out back. So pretty chilly, to say the least. Let's send it up to Whitman, W1EKG. Good morning, this is N1VIV.
By the way, Joe, here in South Jersey, it's a balmy 10.
Yeah, how about that? Something else. That's very cold, Steve. I think maybe Ross might have checked in and slid away from the microphone temporarily, but if you're listening, Ross, we've got you in here, so we'll get you in the rotation. Let's see. I bet you Bruce is going to have the temperatures have us all beat on that front. Oh, just on a quick question, Steve, before I forget. I know you mentioned Bob, W1GTH last week, Steve. Do you know if does he listen to the net on Sundays? Do you know?
He did not say that he was. I just got another email from him this week, but he never told me that he actually listened to the net. And we even have volunteers to take him rigs and stuff like that. So I guess I'll have to either give him another landline or just send him another email. But I don't know what the official, the last time he was on here, but it's got to be at least 4 or 5 months now.
Yeah, time goes by quickly, but I just wanted to say, Bob, if you're listening, good morning, and hope that you're doing well, and we'll look forward to having you rejoin the net at whatever point you're able to do that, and anything we can do to help is, probably something that we could make time to do. So, if you're listening, Bob, good morning. Sure. Okay, I didn't hear Ross. Let's get it over to Bruce. WX10, good morning. Chilly, Vermont, I'm sure. This is N1VIV. Bruce may have gotten pulled away from the radio, but just in case, let me make sure. I was kind of talking fast there. I did hear you check in, Bruce. Feel free if you want to make pre-net comments. WX10. This is N1VIV. All right, well, I popped in and I doubled on Dick very quickly, and I let Bruce know that I heard him, so hopefully he heard that, and he knows he's checked in. So we've got very good indeed. I guess, let's see, we can spin it down to Bill. Let's see how Bill is doing this morning down there in Dover. WF1L. So this is N1VIV.
On the horizon for later today. So I had planned to be in the VHF podcast, but then the wind picked up real bad on Friday night and was blowing pretty hard, so I lowered my antennas, and then, of course, yesterday turned out to be all right. So I missed my window. And there's just too much wind. So I missed my opportunity, but there you go. As life goes on, we'll see all this. So with that, I will pass it back to net control.
Yeah, okay, good morning. Very good, Bill. WF1L. This is N1VIV. Not copying you too strong, but you are making it, and very good on your temperature down there of 15 degrees. Looks like I've got about 12:57 UTC, 7:57. Well, we got just about 2 minutes. I might as well give a listen just in case. Any other pre-net check-ins? Please call now. This is N1VIV. I heard a carrier in there, but no audio.
Did you get me WX10?
Oh yeah, absolutely, Bruce. Yep. We've got you in here, and I had sent it to you, but I think you were maybe out of the room momentarily. Hope that you're doing well. What's your temperature there, Bruce?
Yeah, I think it's about minus 10 here, but I'm going to check. Yeah, I left the room temporarily. I'll be back. Good morning to you.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I can imagine it's quite cold up there in Vermont. Well, I've got my coffee sitting over in the microwave, and I don't think I can launch a minute from now without it. So I'm going to just send it to you, Steve, if you don't mind, and then I'll be right back with coffee and ready for launch. K2FW. This is N1VIV.
Yeah, nice signal down here. Very, very, very nice signal. So I guess Bill, WF1L, is the last one on the list right now. So while you're getting your coffee, I'll just see if there's any other check-ins. By the way, Bruce, WX10, it's about 11 degrees here, plus 11, so South Jersey. So it looks like about a 20-degree difference from your QTH to here. So very, very good. And Joe, when you get back, give us an update on Pierre. You said he was getting quite fat. I haven't fed Patches. Patches has not had breakfast here yet, so I'm going to have to do that pretty soon. I know she's been in and out of the shack here. She comes here just to remind me that she hasn't had breakfast yet. And Al will need some Sammy updates as well. Haven't heard John yet, FXE, and his 47 kitties, or however many he has up there. So, John, let me see. Are you back yet with your coffee? N1VIV. in the AM carrier net from K2FW.
Yeah, very good, Steve. Yes, I'm back. Thank you so much for holding it there. Just needed to make sure I had my caffeination at hand, and grateful that I do. So thanks. And yes, the quick Pierre update, and I'll give more extensive comments on when I take my turn. But he's getting very big, just from his natural growth. Very muscular, but he's also putting on some weight. Man, he's getting heavy. But he just seems to be very. He's always at the food bowl, and he's always asking. And I've started to kind of do a little bit of calorie regulation, and I think that's probably a good thing. So I'll give you more updates later on. But he's getting big, and he's getting a little bit of a paunch going there. So anyway, Steve, thanks again so much for helping out on the pre-net activities, because I needed to sleep out of my brain. But glad to be here. So it is past 8 o'clock. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the AM Carrier Net. My name is Joe. My call is N1VIV, and I'm located in Stonington, Connecticut. The AM Carrier Net meets every Sunday morning here at 8 a.m. local time here on 3835 on the 75-meter band. The AM Carrier Net was established for the purpose of promoting and enjoying operations in the AM mode. It's a casual net, so there's no requirement to check in other than being able to operate in the AM mode. We certainly like to hear from new stations who are just beginning to explore interest in operating AM, whether you're kind of resurrection on boat anchor, or maybe trying to get a more modern radio to sound good on AM. On any given Sunday, there's a whole host of participants with knowledge and information to that end, so all are welcome. Please join in. Format of the net, take check-ins here at the top of the hour, and then if there's check-ins during round one, we'll tack those folks in at the end of round one, and if there's check-ins during round two, we'll try to work folks in as we go. Certainly want to pause and say that we do have a net that precedes this net on 3838. It's called the 3838 Breakfast Club. Great group of guys. I'd encourage folks to consider checking into that net if you like. And we ask that folks try to refrain from transmitting, tuning, or any pre-net activities until you confirm that that net has concluded, or at least until 7:30. That helps us avoid causing any interference troubles for that scheduled net, and certainly helps to keep peace in the neighborhood here, so to speak. And so we're dedicated to that. Let's see. Other formalities. If folks, for whatever reason, might be on a short timeline this morning, just let me know. We can occasionally float folks up to the top of the list if that's helpful to them in needing to get in and then out and off to whatever other responsibilities they may have. So let's see. I've got a pretty good notation of all the stations checking in, just to confirm. The last three that I had, because we did send it to Dick, the last three I had was Ross, W1EKG, Bruce, we've got you, WX10, excellent, and Bill, WF1L. I guess those guys made transmissions as well. So we're in good shape with the list so far. So let's take check-ins. Any stations, anywhere for the AM carrier net, please call now. This is N1VIV.
Whiskey 1 Zulu Bravo.
W1FYO.
Okay, very good. Well, good morning, Tom from Jamestown. Great to hear you. W2ILA, good morning. Very good. Good morning, Jerry from Hanover, W1ZB. Excellent, very good. And Bob, great to hear you from Vermont. Boy, I'll bet it's chilly up there. W1FYO. Nice to hear you. Nice to hear you in here this morning. Excellent. Very good indeed. All good signals, for sure. Any other stations wishing to check in, please call now. Okay, well, nothing else heard, so we will set things up and get things rolling, and then of course I'm sure we're going to have other folks join us as we proceed. I guess we've got some folks who are conspicuously absent. We usually have Steve QIX in here by now and several others, but maybe they'll have the opportunity to join, and we'll try to work it in as we go along. Let me give one more listen just in case. Any other stations wishing to check in, please call now. This is N1VIV. All right, well, nothing else heard, so let's set up our list, and then I'll make some comments, and then we'll carry on. So pens and pencils at the ready. Here is our rundown for round one. I'm going to get things started with some comments, and then I'm going to send it to Jeff, WA2RAS. WA2RAS, we'll send it to Steve, K2FW. K2FW would send it to Chris, AJ1G, right down the block here in Stonington. AJ1G would send it to Al, W1VTP. W1VTP would send it to Fred, K8IG, out there near Cleveland. K8IG would send it to Steve, KB2NQN. KB2NQN would send it to Dick, W2DAP. W2DAP would send it to Ross, W1EKG. And W1EKG would send it to Bruce, WX10. WX10 would send it to Bill, WF1L, down there in Dover. WF1L would send it to Tom, W2ILA. And W2ILA would send it to Jerry, W1ZB. W1ZB would send it to Bob, W1FYO, up there in Vermont. And Bob, if there's any other check-ins, we're going to tack them in after you, and if not, it would come back up to the top of the list to me for a go at round two. So clearly we've got some very cold temperatures in the neighborhood here in southeastern Connecticut. About 5 degrees is what I had on my back deck when I woke up this morning, which was not that long ago. And I am hoping things are going to start to warm up a bit, because I hear we're getting some weather coming through, but I'm not exactly sure what the status of that precipitation is going to be. I did hear, at least over the past couple of days, it's likely to change over to rain, and I'm kind of hoping so, but we'll have to see. So we're concluding a couple of weeks of being able to hang out with our older son Bennett. He's headed back to Boston today and starting his spring semester on Thursday. So it's been great to have him around, and I think he's very anxious to get back to his routine, because I think he's much more used to focusing on the routine of his life up there in Boston versus being here. So that's probably a really good thing. So we're going to be carrying on with that. We'll probably be making some day trips to Boston occasionally to get up there and see. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, on the Pierre update, he's really, there's days when he certainly seems like he's mellowing out a little bit, and other days when he's not. He's still got a lot of kitten in him, but our cat Pierre is growing. He's definitely, if I should take some pictures and send him around, because he has grown so much since he first came to us, and he's really filling out, and I'm trying to do a little calorie control so he's not gaining too much weight, because he is getting very chunky, let's say. Let's see, other than that, I've been enjoying operating some time on 160 meters recently. Last night I fired up my Viking 2 and got on 160 for a little while, and that was very enjoyable. Talked to Chris W4SVA down there in Virginia. It was kind of odd that 160 is reliably that long, but it was a good thing. Enjoying that. So hoping this cold weather moves out and we get a change to rain so we don't have to deal with the snow, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Let's get it moving down the list here and hope that everyone is doing well this morning. Thanks for coming by the net, and let's get things started with Jeff and then on down the list. Jeff, I hear you have a surgery coming up, so best wishes on that. And really hoping that you'll transition to a full recovery quickly. I'm not sure if that means we may not have you on the net for the next few weeks, but let us know, and we'll be praying for you for sure. Over to you, Jeff. WA2RAS. This is N1VIV in the AM carrier net.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. No, it's outpatient surgery, so if all goes well, I should be released later in the day. Not sure how long that surgery is going to take. They did not tell me that. It's outpatient, having to do with the aortic aneurysm. Anyway, N1VIV, good morning, everybody. Really cold. On the Viking 2 today, looking on 111. On the cat front, Alvin and Buffy are very reminding me that they especially her thing. Of course, I was running less than a watt out, maybe 900 milliwatts, and there was a contest going on, so I'm not sure that people were anxious to respond to my slow speed CW during the contest, but I was listening, and I realized that things changed over the last I was noting that abbreviations that people were using. So that was something. I had mentioned on our vintage net, on Friday vintage net, that the guy was selling two SR 2000 Hurricanes for $1,200 apiece. They supposedly were great. They told me Anyway, let's see, on the medical front, my brother-in-law, who lives in New Jersey with my mother-in-law, got a new job in Italy. And after 1 week from COVID, I guess, you meet with customers and everything, and, I'm not sure if they were what the situation was with their vaccines or whatever. But anyway, sort of a tricky situation because my mother-in-law interested on the medical front as my only transmission, I will be listening out and turning over to Steve. The usual humongous. Over to you, Steve, and everybody have a great day. Stay safe. K2FW, this is WA2RAS.
Okay, very good, Jeff. Solid copy here. WA2RAS in the fine business AM carrier net from Kilowatt 2 Fox Whiskey, K2 Fuzzy Wuzzy here in cold southern New Jersey. I guess it's pretty much cold up and down the East Coast and Midwest. I think we're up to 12 now, and it is sunny blue sky out there. We are supposed to have some winds. I don't think anything dangerous, but supposed to get some winds later today, tomorrow, even into all the way into Tuesday, but nothing severe. And I guess if you're along the coast, it's a little bit more dangerous winds. But I'm about 30 miles inland, so it's not a big deal here. Shouldn't be anyway. And yes, we're supposed to get rain. I think even you guys, Joe, should be getting rain and not snow. I think you have to be really far inland to and maybe slightly higher elevations to have snow out of this little storm that's coming. So hopefully it's rain for all you guys, there in Long Island and along the coast and all that, and Connecticut and whatnot. So maybe up where Bruce is. I don't know if the storm's going that far. I really don't know. But hopefully everyone's okay. Jeff, best of luck with the surgery tomorrow. All of us will be thinking of you. Prayers your way. That the weather doesn't interrupt you getting there and getting home, and prayers that the surgery is quick and highly effective, and that you're home later tomorrow night. So if you're up to it, send me an email. Let me know how everything went. If not later tomorrow, maybe earlier Tuesday. But hopefully everything goes well. And okay on your CW activity. Yeah, you're going to have to run a little bit more power. I was just looking at my log. I did work mostly West Coast people on a lot on 17 and some on 10 and 12 as well. And so the higher frequencies have been open. You have to pick your spots, but certainly some pretty good signals on the 10, 12, 15, 17 meters. 17 meters is a great band. And as Joe pointed out, once Steve NQN moves, it should be really easy to keep in touch with him as long as Steve is able to assemble a station down there. And you might comment on that. Even a little hex beam. Those little hex beams are very effective, and be easy to keep in touch with you on 20 or 17, even 15 meters. So that should be no problem at all. So I'm not going to hold it here too long. I think I counted 14 check-ins. So still a pretty nice total. Maybe a smidge under what we usually get, but 14 still good. And I'll try and get in touch again with Bob, W1GTH Joe, and hopefully we'll eventually somehow get him back on the air. I know he's a little bit concerned with the Omicron variant right now and all that kind of jazz. He did express to me that he doesn't even like to have people come in his house right now because I guess fear of the Omicron. As Jeff just pointed out, a couple of his family members got it. We've had some family members have it as well. So it's Jesus, it's pretty much went all through the National Hockey League, and all of those people had their so-called vaccinations. I'm still not a believer that's what they really are, but when more than 50% of the people have been so-called vaccinated to have it test positive, you have to start scratching your head and wondering why, what's going on. But anyway, that's a whole different discussion. But we'll see how this all shakes out. I know here in Jersey, cases are now dramatically dropping. Will the trend continue? We'll see. But the cases are still very high, but down dramatically from what they were. So let's hope all this continues, and I'm sure everyone listening is really tired of this whole thing. So we're up to Chris. And we'll say 73s. We'll be listening out. I'm going to go upstairs and give the Patches her breakfast, and she's been down here a couple times bugging me, much like Buffy was bugging Jeff. AJ1G in the fine business AM carrier net to get it from K2FW. Take it away, Chris.
Okay, very good, Steve. K2FW fine business AM carrier net. AJ1G, Chris here in Stonington. And Joe, you're 5 degrees exactly over the Westfield Airport. Our website, that's the first alert we get recorded for final locality here. Although our forecast is different. Our forecast come out of New York, because we're in Connecticut and westerly. NOAA forecast says there in Rhode Island come out of Norton, Massachusetts, and it's interesting, they're always different. So we're right on the edge. You kind of got to average the results, I guess. We're kind of the extreme eastern end of the New York forecast, extreme southwestern end of the Norton Mass forecast. So it usually works out right in the middle. And when you do have 5 degrees, Joe, we're going to get snow late in the evening that'll probably quickly change over to rain, and then our latest forecast has it changing back to possibly changing back to snow tomorrow night as things clear out. But the big thing is early in the morning gusts up to 55 miles an hour. But I imagine this is probably, if they're going to have winds, this is the best time. No leaves on the trees, and the ground is frozen solid. Stay that way even with the rain, so hopefully we won't have a lot of trees getting ripped out by the roots. I did have a cold winter casualty. We got down to 4 winter. We got the 4 winter casualty. Nylon marine type lay down mount for my Webster bandstand on a truck broke, and I was attempting to swing the antenna down to make an adjustment on. I forgot to unlock the little locking lever at the bottom of the antenna on the mount to let it rotate, and I put on. It didn't take very much force. That nylon mount nipped. Probably due to brittle fractures because it was so cold. But over the first I know Quebec is screaming for the ground being here to keep it in function. Took a look for a little bit. Never run another way. Yeah, Dalton Dash report went well. We have also put them on a diet. Diane's put them on a diet. We're slowly reducing their food so they don't notice. And they're doing very, very well. And that's good. They're really pleasant to have, that's for sure. Was going to do some VHF contesting today, possibly. Today is the ARRL January VHF contest is ongoing right now. It's just too damn cold. I'm doing some roving with the 11L beam in the back of the Tacoma, but on a step ladder base. They did it last year, but quite well. Got it all the way down to DC and way out in Pennsylvania from down at Stonington Point on Sunday afternoon. Not today. No rain for today. let's see. That's about it. Oh yeah, I wonder if everyone caught the what's going on in Tonga with that underground volcano. I just watched the video of that. Not only do you see the eruption happening, propagated across the Pacific. Amazingly enough, crazy stuff. And I don't know how it finally worked out as far as. I know there's a lot of tsunami activity locally in that area. They're slashing around to death, but they got tsunami warning in the Pacific Rim for that. That's pretty DS-100 this morning, and so far so good. Propagation. Steve, Jeff was kind of light. A lot of times Jeff is light and Steve is strong. I think it's just a skip effect. We hear you just fine. We're going to have a good got the sun out well, it's cold. And it's going to warm up again. I think the last time it was this cold, I looked back and I remember the think of New Year's Day. To you, Alan, and maybe it's probably the way it goes. But I want to thank you for your story.
Yep, okay. And, yep, the monitors got me some crashing. That's just that. You cannot get that thing under control. I have no idea what's going on. Well. Now, let's see. Sammy report. Sammy is a real gentleman when it comes to his. That's when it comes to food. I mean, he'll eat anything you put down there in the dish eventually. But he doesn't moan and groan too much. Although I've noticed a couple of nights this week, where he has complained a little bit, but very mild, very mild complaint. So that's not too bad. I just wish that he would get over that biting thing. I do not understand what that biting thing is all about. Yeah, I'm still getting the feedback. I'm going to take my headphones right off. It's just not worth listening to myself and have that thing squealing in my head. Now it's too loud. Sammy's right there in the position where he can do the maximum damage with my poor little hands. I'm going to get on with my comments. I got a bunch of them to make. Yeah, he just has that fighting. I have no idea. I don't know what it's going to live his life. He suffered some really major stuff in his kidney unit. And I'm sure that's the reason why he does it, because he doesn't do it to hurt. And I think he's not doing it as much either. He does like to play. His method of playing is very aggressive. And I'm having trouble getting used to that. And yes, everybody has putting these things, and those things from those sites, a minimum size requirement would be like 1,200 by whatever. I've had people, in fact, I use it delete. If somebody sends me a thumbnail picture, I just delete it. I look at it and say, okay, and then just delete it. I don't want to have that stuff on my computer. You need to have at least 1,100, 1,200 by whatever the format of the picture is that you're doing. Let's see. WA2RAS, I could not copy you. Your signal was low, especially low this morning. So I have no way of commenting on your comment. I started to get my returns in for the federal income tax. Mine is very, very simple. I I've got my technical breakdown and then my Social Security. And my wife has a couple of pensions and Social Security. And that's it. Let's see. I don't know what that was. I guess that was my audio problems here with the feedback. And best wishes for the operation. I forget now. I think that was this weekend, sure. I don't know where I had that. And if you want to get a contact, say 1,500 miles, so 20 meters, in my opinion, is the best band to go. The other bands, that's concerned, there's propagation or something. And I'm also concerned about Omicron. Now, here's the deal. If you're one of those anti-vaxxers and you don't have the shots, yeah, be very afraid. Be terrified. But get the shots. That's simple. I've got all of the shots, including the booster, and the worst I've felt was really going at the shot place for the last one, the booster shot. And it was very easy, by the way, I walked in my drugstore and they were giving them, and I said, can I get in there in line too? And they said, did you get your paper? And I said, yeah, I'll be right back. And they signed me in, and the rest is history. And Chris, sorry to hear about your mobile antenna. Those plastic items get brittle with age. So always just go out, and if you can find a direct replacement, just go out and get it, and it'll probably outlive you. So I use the Hustler. When I put my mobile set up in my car, I use the Hustler. That's just a big engineered coil. And I use that. It's my 75-year mobile set. So that's all I have for this ride. And I pass it over to KHIG Fred. It's your turn. WMVTP.
Okay, Al. N1VTP. This is Kilo 8 India Golf. Thanks, Al, so much. And good morning, all. It is a cold day here. It's up 3 degrees. We started at 10. We're up to 13. No snow so far, thank goodness, as I commented in the pre-net. Haven't used the snowblower yet. At the rate we're going, I was in the hardware store the other day. They've got a long line of shovels and snow brushes and ice melt, and I think they're going to be putting it back in the warehouse. So I think they're going to be surprised at how little of that stuff sells. But that said, Jeff, best wishes for your surgery tomorrow. You'll be in our prayers, and we'll be thinking about you and looking forward to a good report. I'm sure it'll go well. We'll pray for that. The Long Island CW Club, for those who aren't familiar, has a number of programs, and there's a focus of LICW. On AM, we had the Boat Anchor Forum yesterday and had a wonderful presentation from Dennis Kidder, W6DQ. If you look at his QRZ page, you get a sampling of it. But we had more than an hour and 20 minutes, I think, we spent with Dennis. His XYL was there. She's also a ham. His station, the subject of the talk, by the way, was converting AM broadcast transmitters to amateur radio use. His station, at least in volume, most other amateur radio shacks to shame. He has an entire 1,800 square foot building dedicated to his shack, 5 acres of land in what he calls his Faraday Fields out there, where he's going to erect an antenna farm and is in the process of doing so. But some of his conversions of Bauer and Gates Collins radio equipment, he's the secretary of the Collins Collectors Association, so he not only has a strong interest in Collins, but is an avid collector of it and converter of it as well. Recently, so if you get a chance, visit the W6BQ QRZ page. Recently, we had a kitchen faucet that failed. It was a Prince Sister. They replaced it under warranty, lifetime warranty, which is very nice. But when I installed the new one, I was surprised at the low water flow. In talking with Prince Sister, I learned that they are required to limit under California law, and that's where they're headquartered, all of their kitchen faucets to 1 3/4 gallons of water per minute, 1.75. That surprised me a bit. I expected 2.5 gallons. I understand that, as would be typical for, let's say, a shower head. But kitchen faucets, 1.75 gallons. We can certainly live with it. It's just a little surprising, and that low water flow coupled with the demand water heater takes a little longer to get the slug of cold water out of the line, even though we have dedicated PEX piping to each fixture in the house, something I did some years ago. But still, the water flow in the kitchen faucet, by comparison with what we had and what we have elsewhere, seems low. But we'll certainly live with it. It's a minor annoyance. Thanks, Chris, for the heads up on Tonga. I had not heard about that underground volcano. I will look at that. I see some information about it. Want to look more closely. I don't want to hog it here this morning. I think it's time for me to pass it along. Hopefully Steve can hear me. Steve's in your travels very shortly. Stay in touch, please. But over to you. 7-3 to all. Have a great week. See you. Talk to you next week. KB2NQN to take it. In Mayfield, Ohio.
Yeah, okay, Fred. K8IG, KB2NQN from Hysterical Raza. Good morning. And I hope you guys are hearing me. On the Gonset G76, one of the last pieces left here in the shack. Been scaling everything down. I have the G76, and I have the TS940. That's what's left here in the shack. Everything else is backed up. I took down the hex beam on Friday when it was about 46, 47 degrees here, which I think was a smart move. Front did that early, before the winds came in the afternoon. So that's all packed up with the rotor and all the cabling and stuff. So that's down. All I have left is the dipole, 80-meter dipole, and a VHF vertical antenna, which is on the house. So those will be easy removals, so to speak. As I mentioned in the pre-net, we had the house appraisal here on Thursday. Everything went smooth, so we expect to have an official closing date by the end of this week. And we are ready to go, especially with this weather. We're ready to get make like a hot potato and get the fuck out of here. Best wishes for a smooth procedure tomorrow. We'll be thinking about you. We'll drop you an email to see how you're doing. Everything should go smooth. It sounds like a pretty standard situation, that procedure that they're going to do to you. But realize it can be anxiety-ridden. Not trying to make light of it, but as you know, being a retired healthcare worker, we've seen plenty of these before. So I don't anticipate any problem for you. You're a trooper anyway, so you'll be okay. You've got military service in your blood, so you'll be okay there, troop. You're going to all those Patriot fans out there who were schlepping. So I'm sorry for you Patriot fans. And as you know, we down here, Metro New York City, we do not like the Patriots too much. And I have 6 or 7 family members that live in and a big time Pats fan, so I get a special kick out of riding them all season long. Like the icing on the cake. A balmy 12 degrees here right now, but very, very still, and it's sunny outside. We're going to get rain here. Thankfully, living on the coast, we get rain events because of the conditions ensued by the close proximity to the Atlantic Ocean, where it's generally a little bit warmer. So we're happy about that. Yeah, we'll have a very good opportunity to throw all my shovels up in the trees in the woods next door here. One of my favorite things to do as we leave. As far as staying in contact, I think we should be able to make it on sideband at least. And I do hear southern stations, particularly from Florida, coming up, later in the evening and at night. So we'll try and we have a station already set up down at the Boca House. It's been set up for about 10 years. I have a 20-meter dipole set up there. But we do have to get at least the hex beam up when we're there, and maybe up for something different. We've been looking at some of the stackers and maybe treat ourselves to something a little bit bigger and better to help out in order to talk to our friends back here in the Northeast. As far as the vaccine goes, again, I realize that there are some critics here about that. Again, being an ex-healthcare worker, I can tell you that the vaccine works. The vaccine is not to stop you from getting this thing. It's to make you deal with it better, much like the flu shot. The flu shot does not make you not get it. It just makes the symptoms less, and it's easier for you to deal with. And it fights off some other infections along the way. So the thinking that being vaccinated and boosted is going to repel this insidious disease is makes it easier for you to deal with, and we all can use a little help in that department. Anyway, it is my great honor. Oh, by the way, Dick, I wonder if you felt the force yesterday. I was in your neighbor's, the neck of the woods, around 1:30, 2 o'clock, and I scooted by your house, was half thinking of knocking on the door, but figured you'd make believe that you weren't home and wouldn't let me in, but I did pass by your domicile and did throw a couple of genuflex as I was passing by. Very hard, you got to keep both hands on the wheel, so I will be kneeling during their transmission. It's a great honor to turn it over to you, and again, I'll keep you guys posted as to the last transmission from this location. W2DAP, KB2NQN, and the Fine Business AM carrier. Now, go ahead, Nick.
That means a lot. It really, really means a lot, I'll tell you the truth. The KB2NQN and the AM carrier, W2DAP. There was something going on between about 1:30 and 2:30. Well, for one thing, Cablevision, internet speed, I monitor it carefully, often online, went up about from the normal 420 to almost 460. That's amazing. What it is. Mitigate this, and the more boosters, the better, I think. The first boosters should be given 4 months after the second injection. And what it is, the booster is a 3-part injection. And then approximately 4 months after that, another booster should be administered. And I had that done. So, of the 2 boosters, so to speak, or maybe the first booster. And there'll be Omicron-specific boosters coming out in March and April. And in the meantime, some therapeutics are being developed, which are very effective, and some oral pills are manufactured and are soon to be distributed. Now that'll make a difference. I don't know what your procedure is. Last Thursday was a 5-4 week. That's already myself. Done intravenously with microsurgical tools and a new exercise. The recovery is something that you've got to do that. I think we're going to be scheduling on 20 meters or something like that. I haven't thought of that. 20 is the bad. My son is an absolute. So, as I mentioned earlier, we had something very unusual happen. I still don't know. The insulators were shattered. Why would it arc through the insulators? I think what happened is the insulator just couldn't take the stress. Well, it's not a very good quality insulator, and it was under the weight, the strain. It should be a strain relief insulator. And I think it broke. I think it had touched the ground, and I think that was sort of out going around. So, we know that all over what we did. That's the story on that. The weather here is very, very nice. As Stephen Quillen mentioned.
Well, I imagine he'd be hearing you, Dick, and good morning, and we're hearing you just fine. You're about 10 over S9, so not super strong, but very nice copy and sounding good there, Dick. No trouble at all hearing you from down there in Long Island, Kings Point, I think it is. So let's give Ross another try just in case he was not hearing you, but I suspect he would be. W1EKG. You're there, Ross. Go ahead and take it. This is N1VIV.
Yep, I'm here. I guess to find the word there. It was a balmy 11 degrees here in scenic historic Whitman, Massachusetts this morning. And we had our first contest of the year yesterday right here in Whitman. The Winterfest put on by the Whitman Amateur Radio Club happened yesterday. And I was able to pick up some nice little 17 amp hour batteries that have been very lightly used. And our hospital equipment, and those are adding to the shack here, adding to the weight certainly. And I sold a bunch of things, which is good. And we'll look forward to the next event, which I think is coming up in March with the Electronics Club show. Seems to be working okay, but I have not retuned my antenna tuner to tune the loop to the frequency I was on AWS, and when I tuned up the top of 20-inch circuit breaker, it shorted out a capacitor in the 2,000 volt feed line, so I need to go work on that. But we're getting close to having that puppy operational, and I'm going to go visit with a fellow ham later on this morning and pick up another US-235A for my small collection of tool hose, which will be free as of today. So, and hopefully we'll have that back up in the air as well. So, things are moving forward very slowly because it's so doggone cold, but we've already beaten that horse to death. And my cities, all three of them are okay. They're all crazy, but we knew that. I don't know who's going to speak about Wilmington. It's WNEKG 17. I won't be at Rancho.
Yeah, very good, Ross. Well, good to hear you in here, and no trouble at all. Excellent on the Winterfest acquisitions. It's always handy. Sure. And very nice to have you in here. Excellent. Good signal as well. It's going up to Bruce in Chile, Vermont. WX10. Go ahead and take it, Bruce. This is N1VIV.
Okay, Joe, good morning to you on the western side of the flower. Seems to be where we should be. Name here is Bruce. I'm located in Middlebury, Vermont, on the western side of the state. About 45 miles south of Burlington, so we're pretty far up here. This morning, we woke up to minus 11. That is a minus 11. It has warmed up to several degrees. We're about minus 6 right now. No wind to speak of, but yesterday was awful. The wind was howling, and we had a wind chill factor of about minus 35. So we're burning the propane as fast as it can burn. We closed off part of the house. That was easy to do because Mary Alice was recuperating downstairs near the house. I'm sleeping on the couch, so it couldn't have happened at a better time. So we can just shut off a number of rooms and not too safe. Yes, good luck in your surgery. Hopefully we can come back tonight. Let us know next week. The event that we're looking for now, however, is starting at 1 a.m. tonight with a winter storm warning. We're expecting over 24 periods during Monday to include 5 to 8 inches of snow. Sometimes we'll freeze tonight. The National Weather Service is predicting gusts up to 50 miles an hour. Well, those are gusts. They feel like feet anyway, because they're not the same winds coming out of the storm side of the border. So it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. Perhaps you recall some of our meetings that I had unscheduled end of transmissions. Well, I found out what the problem was. I'm using a Ranger and a homebrew amplifier. And there was lots of speculation about what my problem was when the carrier jumped in. But it turned out to be a loose cap on the 6146 in the Ranger. And as the tube heated up, the wire inside the cap became disconnected from the cap. And then I let the power off and connect again. So it's just a little anyway, tube, and I think I have a same transmission. So that's it. And I wonder what's going on down there in Dover, Delaware. It's unlikely that I will hear him. But we have a house south of him in Princess Anne, Maryland that we've not been able to visit very often due to the pandemic. But we're hoping to get down there in about March. So, down to you, Bill. WF1L, and if he doesn't hear me, maybe he'll hear you, Bill. WF1L from WX10.
Yeah, I guess that is a pretty good haul between Middlebury, Vermont, and Dover, Delaware. But let's see if try to see if it goes in there. WF1L. There, Bill. WF1L. Go ahead and take it. This is N1VIV.
Yeah, N1VIV is the rest of the foundation of Owen County. As well as 6W2DAP, his signal was very weak. It's been like riding a roller coaster, you know, with the C180 chasing the signal up and down and up and down and up and down. So we got a lot of serious QS here on the net at our end. Everybody else is experiencing what's going on. But in any case, just WATIS, it would take a lot of while and hopefully things will go slowly. KBQ-NQN safe travels on your trip down to Florida, and hopefully things will work out for you down there. It's good that you got already a station established down there, so that you it's always an issue when you show up in town. All of a sudden people start having all kinds of problems.
almost nothing. You know, there were a couple stations and they were sounding very good, so I figured the band might be over. And I stepped away for, you know, an hour or two, came back, and the band was just, it was unbelievably alive, but it was a contest. So some kind of contest had started on 15, and I twiddled the dial for a while, and it was great.
W1ZB. And carrier at W1FYO. Some good carrier over here into Vermont. But they're trying out pretty well. It's a little difficulty still. Still fairly copyable, but that's the video. Anyway, everybody's taking care of pretty well, and things are pretty well here. When I woke up from last week, and last time I checked, it's number 5. Look at the wood stove right now, and the back of it. I was hoping to fire up the PX86 and so I'm on a PX100. Seems to be holding up pretty well here. I know the VX100 goes yeah, when I was outside going to the doctor. So, that's pretty much it from Windsor this morning. Good to hear everybody on. Good signals around here. So, head back to you.
Oh, very good, Bob. W1FYO. Beautiful signal from Vermont. Very chilly Vermont. Moon boosts are both in the negative territory. That's tough going. I imagine it's still absolute necessity grinding away on offsetting that temperature for that. That's a cold morning. No question at all. Boy, the sounding is very good there, Bob. It's got a great signal strength. It's always nice to hear you. Thanks for coming. Before I make any halftime comments here, let me see if there's any additional check-ins. Any other stations wishing to check into the AM carrier net, please call now. This is N1VIV.
Okay, well, nothing else heard. So we'll keep an ear out for other possible folks who are looking to jump in. And I think they'll be welcome to do so, for sure. Still through some comments to say, Jeff, again, good luck with the outpatient surgery. It sounds like hopefully it'll be a speedy recovery. In good shape. Maybe doing just a small correction on whatever they need to perform. With your heart issue, but best wishes. We're looking forward to hearing the report. And Steve, good to hear you in here. As always, great signal from New Jersey. And it'd be great to hear from Bob. Bob, if you happen to be listening, shoot me an email. It'd be great to know if you're able to listen on Sunday mornings. That would be fabulous. And of course, we're looking forward to having Bob join us. Chris, very good on the cold weather casualty. That was, I wouldn't be surprised if the temperatures make things a little more brittle. But I'm really hoping that it warms up quickly, goes to rain, and there's not going to be any issues with driving conditions tomorrow morning. I am not needing to do the work, so I'm very grateful that I've got a day off. I'd like to do some stuff that might be great if it wasn't actually raining, but I just have to wait and see what the forecast is like. And now, very good on Sammy. And good to hear you in here this morning. I was wondering if you might have a couple of minutes to linger. I've got to see what my timeline looks like, but I'm just looking for a little bit of tutorial on Steve's logging program. I think you may use that for some other nets, but I'm not sure about that. So maybe you can let me know, and if you have time for just a quick question or two, that would be fabulous. Otherwise, I'll catch up with Steve some evening next week. No problem. Fred, nice to hear you. I was hearing you fairly well there from Cleveland, but it was starting to get a little bit thin. But I heard you talking about the presentation, and hope that everything's going well out there. Steve, good luck on everything this week. Sounds like maybe we'll have you. This could be your last participating net. Boy, that would be unfortunate. I think you said your 80-meter dipole's coming down. So if that is the case, best wishes, and we'll be staying in touch via email. And hopefully connecting on 17 meetings. That would be a lot of fun. We'll have to set up some weekend gathering. Let's see. Other stuff. I think I mentioned to you, Dick, that I heard your signal about 10 over 9 here, and I'm getting a big loss there. Bruce, excellent signal down here. Sounds like you figured out your intermittent issue, and boy, it really sounds great here. You're making it much better with your full power complement, and it's getting the job done very well. I was having a little bit of trouble. I heard some of Bill's comments from Dover, but it was a little tough. And you were a little light as well, Tom, only because I think you're running low power. But absolutely good to hear you in. And then Jerry and Bob, of course, had good signals from you guys. So, no other comments from me other than say that I'm precipitation around here doesn't last this snow very long. It's not any shoveling this weekend. My wish, but I don't know if it's going to be what we get. So hopefully it'll go to rain, and mostly rain. I'll take that. But let's give one more Okay, well, nothing else heard. So let's see if Chris is staying. I didn't have a note on you, Chris, but you might still be here. Let's find out. AJ1G. Go ahead and take it if you're there, Chris. This is N1VIV. Carrier. Well, I'm hearing the carrier in there, but I don't think that's Chris. I think that might be somebody else. So you can check in, please feel free to jump in. And I'm sure Chris would be hearing me without any trouble. He may transition to other activities. Listening, Chris, have a good Sunday and take care. Let's see if Al may still be here. I think Al typically stays around too. So W1VTP. Back to you, Al. This is N1VIV. Good morning, Steve. Good to hear you. I think you typically, maybe you're not out of the house today. Maybe you're hunkering down. I guess let me send it to Al. See if Al's there, and then Al, you can just send it to Steve. W1VTP. Go ahead and take it. This is N1VIV.
good to hear you in here this morning. And fire keeps cool. Yeah, thanks. I think I just have a couple of quick questions. I think I might get a little bit late on time, but let's see whomever's left here. So I didn't have a note on Steve NQN. Ooh, musical. KB2NQN. If you're there, Steve, go ahead. This is N1VIV. Listening, Steve. I think you're taking the antenna down this week, so if we don't hear you next week, we know you'll be launching to Boca Raton and looking forward to talking to you again. Very good news. I do not have a note on Bruce, although maybe he will comment. W1L. Sounding good down here. This is N1VIV. Yeah, no trouble. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, it sounds like it's a very different recipe, but it sounds like I'm sure it's delicious. So, very good, Al. Let me just see if Steve's got any follow-up comments. Yeah, very good. We do not have Hanford down here in either Rhode Island or Connecticut. It sounds like we've got somewhere else that would be have those kind of resources close by and available. So let's see. We did not hear. And Bill said he's checking out. Very good. News on Mary Alice's progress. Do the best wishes on progress in that direction. Let's see. I don't have a note on let's see if Tom stays around too. W2ILA. If you're still there, Tom, go ahead and take it. N1VIV. Tom, and I hope I had sent you a reply on that email you sent me. Still not a pondering. I don't know if that HT-129 is still available or not. I'm not sure. It's not. I was giving some thought to it, but it's not really seek out. I was trying to justify in my mind, like, oh well. So I'm still pondering. I don't know. But thank you so much for sending the pictures and the information along. I appreciate that. It's still something to ponder, but of course, it may already have gone to a home. That would be great for you if that's the case. And if not, maybe I'll ponder some more. Thanks for the pictures. It looks like somebody did a very nice job on that front panel. And it looks nice. Absolutely. Good to hear you think it. I think that brings us to the end of the list. I was going to get that. I'm going to linger with him a little bit to get some tutorial on it. Carrier before we close. This is N1 VIV. Okay, well, nothing heard. This is N1 VIV. Thanks everybody for tuning out. So I'm going to try to linger here with Steve, and maybe Al will linger here a bit as well. Maybe others. But this is N1 VIV, and I'm going to turn this back to you. Wish everybody a good Sunday, and we'll call this the conclusion of the official portion of Friday post-net activity. So, Stephen, you have time to get all I have. Give me a few tips on the program. Thanks so much for sending along and for the setup on potential utilization of server. That's awesome. And I'm looking forward to more. But do you have time for a few questions? Okay, so as a test, I just took the log from last week and entered everybody in. And I kind of did the routine where I used the column to check everybody in. And I don't remember exactly what I did, but I think so of course the date is not correct. I was expecting to populate my picture. Last week. So I didn't have to take pictures. But I guess my answer is structurally as a place to start. Does the structure of the sheet continue on down the page, so to speak, and it's always sorted by date, or is it possible when it closes that archive somewhere, or does it just keep running? I guess that's my question. My first question. Yeah, okay, yeah, I just did that. That makes sense. I can see where color for that. And so the other question I had was, like, if I had, like, I imagine I've got people who check in that. I'm going to check in this week as well. So, if I'm hoping to check in, what I'm entering the first couple of letters of their call sign, call sign header. Drop it. I go there. I don't know. Okay, so maybe just that question is a good
The yellow window where it says call sign, if you're not clicking, you can click it.
Yeah, okay, I just went through that, and now I see what's going on. I could do Katie, like I was just looking at Bill up in Mechanic, Katie 1SH, and did 1S outright at the top. You're saying the escape key kind of, seems to be, odd noise in the shack here. I think it was my heating system groaning. Okay, so if I just was going to enter everybody for today, I guess let me go back to see before I start entering people. Archive. I would want to check that. As long as it doesn't like. I don't think that's the case. catch up with you, Steve. If for some reason I missed the session and I didn't enter a date or anything, for some reason I've got C6W checked in, so that there's no last received date. Can I enter that? Okay, that makes sense. I just, for some reason, didn't click the button. So, is the archiving arrangement something that might be easy for you to figure out? Yeah, okay, that might be the easiest way to do what I'm doing. WA1QIS, chances are I'll catch you some time. WA1QIS. morning show. So people would call in and say, oh, hey, I saw so-and-so, and here's your license plate, and if you want to, connect to a conversation, call me. So I just thought they were like these old school versions of that approach that was just very unusual and maybe a bit entertaining. I think we will want to do a great topic. This is in the access to the program. 73,